That mute get me every time. Good morning, King Newski, what it do? Long time no see. I'm doing good. I hope you've been doing well too. Y'all, we are back at it again. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I've been consistent this week, y'all. Y'all can't tell me Mickey ain't been consistent this week. Okay, y'all just seen me every day this week on live. I'm back in the flow of dropping a little bit more frequently. So yeah, I kind of feel like I'm back in the mix right now, but we're gonna see. This is a day-by-day process. But yeah, we're gonna get into it. All right, so yesterday live, we caught up on OTF Jam's actual testimony per the transcript. Okay. Today we gonna catch up on day 2. Don't get up here reading like Crippin' cuz not too much on SETI. Actually, I'm not gonna be reading like Crippin' cuz gonna read it for me. Cause y'all already know we gonna definitely tap into SETI Nash, okay? And he gonna read it for us. But before we get into the transcript, okay, because again, we are a day behind per the transcript. So we got to wait till the day is over so that we can get the transcript read to us the next day. But we are, for the most part, caught up as far as that would have been considered what, day 3? Day 3, I think we're caught up as far as day 3. But it's a couple things I want to talk about. And since you mentioned SETI Nash, I do want to go to SETI Nash because it's something he was so crazy. I just recorded the reel for it, but now I think I got to redo it because okay, let's just go to Instagram. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up my Instagram. I thought it was already pulled up. So it has been said, and y'all know, okay, I might have been out the way for a minute when it came to YouTube, because y'all know I'm doing my blogging thing in the Carolinas for real right now. But y'all know it's still some YouTubers I don't deal with. And it was this particular YouTuber that said something on DJ Academics. And I ain't gonna lie, I ain't want to even mention it because I don't know. I don't really be trusting what that person say all the time, okay? However, SETI did bring up something where it was true and false at the same time, if that makes sense. But we're gonna get into that real quick. Hold on, let me go to his page. Cause y'all know my messages be popping up. I don't know why I pause. All right, let me see. All right, let's do this real quick.
Get charged as co-conspirator number 4 because OTF Jam Ben had Quando Rondo's location. Yeah, some girl dropped Quando Rondo's location. It's not Indian Love, by the way, but she dropped that shit to Jam. That's why. What proceeded afterwards is Jam got on.
Hold on. And see, this is what's confusing, okay? Because we listened to the transcripts from day 1 of Jam's testimony, right? And he said basically he didn't know what they came to do in Cali, right? Until allegedly he got the FaceTime call from Doodle Low that say you out here to do what it is to Quando Rondo. But if he already had the location, wouldn't that imply he already knew what type of time it was anyway? Then if he already had the location, why would they have to have the weed man set up the play? So I'm kind of confused on that. Don't you think Bonnie is a star witness? Don't seem like Jam had much contact with Durk. Jam is definitely hurting Didi. Any witness on this case gonna hurt everybody. But so I'm gonna tell you, OTF Jam is definitely a star witness to the whole conspiracy aspect of it and the foundation for RICO, right? Bonnie is definitely gonna be more so the star witness when it comes to this particular chain of situations, for sure, right? Because he's going to be part of the reason why different things was happening. So I will say that. But they're star witness in their own aspects. And again, a star witness from one defendant will be a star witness for the other defendant because you can't just hurt one defendant. Because if you believe what OTF Jam is saying in regards to Didi, then according to the conspiracy, Didi is one of Durk's right-hand men. So that means if you paint Didi to look one way, then the jury probably gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna go with it with Durk too. So it's not saying, oh, that's not a good witness for this person, but it's a good witness for that person. You know what I'm saying? So all right, let's finish this.
On the phone with his cousin Crazy, aka Chris, and then he called Booney Mo a couple of times. Then Booney Mo called him back. But Jam's story after that is, oh, Booney Mo called me out the blue and basically said, yo, let's go to Atlanta. I mean, let's go to LA. And basically, he didn't tell me anything about Quando Rondo's murder. That's not true. Then on top of that, Jam was lying about that story of, of him basically talking about the Atlanta bounty where Durk said he gonna take care of fools for life and all this bullshit and everything of that nature. That was a lie. The $1 million, the $500,000 to take care of you for life, that's BS. Because what gets revealed in the recording that we heard yesterday in the court is Jam says that basically Quando Rondo had $650,000 on his head. He didn't say who it was from or nothing like that. He never says Lil Durk was paying for it, but he said it was just known that Quando Rondo had $650,000 on his head. And 6ix9ine, don't worry. I'm about to fire you the fuck up. I got you. Don't worry about it, homie. Don't you worry about it. Don't you goddamn worry about it. I got you. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. You got to hit that subscription button.
Shout out to Teddy Nash, man. I would say this. That's a whole lot going on because, like, again, the story is supposed to be like these people conspired together to do this murder, right? So if you got one of the alleged shooters saying that, okay, Duty Low gave me the address. He was the one who told me I was here to do XYZ. He was the one who said this. But how in the same breath you got other stuff going on to get the same information? So I'm kind of still confused on that, on some real stuff, you know. I'm kind of confused on that, but nevertheless, I don't think like that really didn't clarify nothing. Like I'm still like, so which one is it? But maybe we'll learn more once we get into the transcripts for the testimony yesterday. All right, which my opinion still show that he not credible, but the judge did state that everyone is separately on trial, so the jury don't supposed to be like, well, you guilty, so everyone guilty. Lamar, come on, you watch enough cases, come on, you know how this shit go. Like the same thing again. O-Block, they had nothing on Moowalk besides one witness getting on their stand. He knew what he looked like at 12 years old. They had no other evidence, no DNA, no phone records, no nothing. And he got found guilty of all charges, just like everybody else. So, yeah, you're definitely supposed to be looked at separately. But again, we're talking about a conspiracy case, right? A conspiracy, meaning they're saying y'all work together to do this crime, right? So you really can't look from a jury standpoint if you really like go back to other cases because we haven't got that far with this trial. Just listen to the jury instructions. When it's time for this trial to go to the jury, listen to the jury instructions. So yeah, they're telling you everybody is separate, but at the same time, the whole case is based off of tying them together to show a conspiracy to commit murder. So it's kind of like, you know, a double-edged sword type shit. Yeah, and I don't see how the judge even allow a dirty mess to testify. So here we are. You get what I'm saying? All right. So we're going to get into the transcripts because I believe the transcripts is like almost 2 hours. Okay. So y'all already know I do stay on live for like between 3 to 5 hours. I'm up in the air today how long, but y'all know I do content in between. But we're going to go ahead and catch up because hopefully we can get a clear understanding. I ain't going to lie. I'm still confused about this Jam situation. So, because he threw Duty Low, you know what I'm saying, under the bus. But at the same time, he's saying he already had info from some girl. So, I'm confused about that. I'm still confused. But maybe this will, you know, figure it out, you know. Nah, he ain't gonna be able to jump on this case. He don't know nothing. This is why it works out from a content standpoint, because we have seen and we have got confirmation that he was an informant and that he did get information to tell on niggas before. So now, even though the feds don't use him no more, to from a content standpoint, you think he gonna know everything because he's an informant. He's a retired informant. Why not? So it just, I be like trying to tread lightly though, because like the info don't always be accurate, like on some real stuff. Because I ain't gonna lie, to my understanding, remember they was like it was a wire, right? But in reality, it wasn't Jam wearing the wire. It was the dude on the Chicago case talking to an informant in jail that was wearing a wire. So it'd be like it was a whole nother case that the situation happened, but the content creators, the YouTubers, they can take it and make it seem like, oh, technically we was talking about this case, but we gonna make it seem like we was talking about this case, so y'all can feel like we factual and we know what the fuck going on. But I see it. I see through the play. I'm like, hold on, that ain't got nothing to do with this case. Y'all was talking about that case. But and then to the average viewer, like, do it really matter? You just here to get entertained, or you just here, but it just create a whole bunch of misinformation. But at the same time, I've been in this long enough to I understand sometimes you got to roll with it. Because again, if they wasn't doing that, I may not have no content to do to tell y'all that shit was wrong from the start. Because you can't be talking about one case and then when another case happened. Remember, the whole YouTube narrative was that Durk was going down for the Chicago case. That was the alleged get back for D thing. The whole time it was a Cali case for Lil Pab. But they so smooth with it, they made the viewers think they was the whole time talking about the Cali case. They wasn't talking about that damn Cali case. They were saying it was a Chicago case. The chat kept telling academics to go to your breakdown yesterday. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna hit up Wiley the intern. I really need, at this point, I feel like DJ Academics done use my content a lot. I done been name dropped. He just said my name the other day. At this point, I feel like we needed to be officially introduced because I've never talked to DJ Academics before. So I need y'all to go in his chat today because I know he's gonna go live. Y'all need to tell him I'm already in the chat niggas Discord. So I ain't gotta make one. Y'all need to tell him go ahead and pull me up over there so we can really talk about this for real. Like y'all do that for me, okay? Because like at this time, it's been 4 years academics. It's time for us to meet for sure. All right, let's get into it so we can go ahead and get this started.
Mr. Morris, the government moves to admit 293, which is the court has already ruled admissible. The court 293 is admissible. Exhibit 293 received. Mr. Morris, let's zoom in on the text portion. It looks like a copy of a note here on the screen. Do you see it? Yeah. It says, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot. Do you see that? Yeah. Did you write that? Yeah. Did you give this note to someone while you were in custody? Yeah. So I don't know if he was my arresting officer. Maybe he was, but he gave me my phone and then he made a phone call on my regular phone, like you are entitled to a phone call, but something was wrong with their phones at that place. So he like, I'm gonna let you know that you use your cell phone, but it got to be on camera. So I made a call, let him up and know I got locked up. And when I say I was done, I was, hey, can I write a number down? He gave me a pen and a piece of paper, and I wrote that. Like, I'm like, check this out here. Did you try to give him the note discreetly? Yeah. Okay. You said you wrote, I don't want to talk on camera. Do you see that? Yeah. Why didn't you want to talk on camera? Because the body cams, that shit, a lot of people was getting exposed on social media at that time. Like a lot of people was getting locked up for that stuff. And whether it was them cooperating or whether it was a crime or it was getting put on the internet. As you were thinking at the time in 2023, when you were in custody, did you think there could be any repercussions for you, the term snitch? Of course. Did you think there would be any repercussions for you snitching? Of course. Can you explain that to us? Man, that is a no-no. As a black disciple, that is breaking all laws. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is an automatic.
Hold on, y'all. We about to do something else real quick. Hold on.
Court today that the feds are going to produce. Y'all ready for this? The feds are going to say that though Durk never said that it's a bounty on Lil Tim and Quando Rondo, there's word around that, bruh, there's $650,000 on Quando Rondo's head. In that interview, go ahead.
It's not a murder for hires if no money went involved.
It's not a murder for hire if when you initially say what you say ain't even true, because you literally say, I didn't get paid for this. You see what I'm saying?
That what OTF Jam said?
Jam got on the stand and out his mouth said, Brian still said it like this. Did you ever get paid by Lil Durk for the hit on Lil Pop? No.
Okay, so.
And you know, Brian's still so crafty. Brian still would do this. Brian still say, tell the jury.
He put that finger too, didn't it? Tell the jury.
If you can, tell the jury.
I know he went to poon and everything when he said that. Oh, really? That's great. Why nobody ain't reporting that?
Man, huh?
Why nobody reported that news? That's good information.
Because they don't know. Because I did all the reading. See, what happens is when they go do them talking up there and all that, when they go do the talking, it gets recorded. We don't get to hear it. Mm-hmm. That's why y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, because I'm the only person reading transcripts. And I'm about to put the transcripts out faster. It would have been out way sooner, but bro, I laid down, was like, I'm about to take 30 minutes. Now I ain't wake up until 3 this morning.
What channel did they need to subscribe to? Your channel?
Yeah.
So when you gonna be dropping the updates?
As soon as they done, I'm about to start doing them better. I'm about to start doing it better for everybody, because everybody like, bro, can you put out a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more? And I really want a lot of content creators.
What do it feel like in a courtroom?
It's good. It's good energy.
Durk
smiling and shit, you know what I'm saying? Durk is smiling and everything, and you know, he coming freshly, you know what I'm saying? He real Elvis Presley when he in there. The picture I showed y'all, that's what his hair looked like, you know what I'm saying? Didi got his dreads done, and goddamn brown eyes, boy, that man, he got a woman with a baby carriage on the back, bruh.
Hey man, why be looking at the man, girl? What's wrong with you? You act like he other nigga.
Listen, I'm not gonna touch.
Said it. Grow up, man.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Looking is a sin. There you go. Turn Charles White.
Forgive me. Hey, I get in repentance. That shit, hey, boy. She was bad as hell. I said, man, I need to go shoot at somebody. Now I'm playing with y'all. I'm joking. But what do you want to say about them supporting as far as the content creators?
So forget the content creators. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie. I be watching you every day. I get my updates from you. So as I sit there and I watch you, I be thinking about what the atmosphere like in the courtroom. Like, where's Durk demeanor? When OTF Jam on that point at him testifying, lying, making things up, like how is Durk carrying himself in the courtroom?
You can kind of feel like he disgusted, you know what I'm saying? You slick and feel like he disgusted a little bit, but he more so just looking at him like, you look goofy as hell. He giving him that big goofy ass look like, for sure. You know, the same look that you'll get before you do something stupid and somebody around you like, don't you dare do that dumbass shit. Yeah. So that's really what it is that, but also too, I don't want to say no shit because I don't want to say certain shit because I feel like if I say anything about the jurors, anything in my head.
Yeah, don't say nothing about.
That's
Don't
going.
say
You know what I'm
nothing about
saying?
no.
But
Let me ask you this question, said.
Yeah.
Who you think the prosecutor's most damning witness might be?
The person I said from the jump, it's gonna be Jam.
Jam?
Jam. It's gonna be Jam. I mean,
So-
not Jam. It's gonna be
Vonnie.
Vonnie. Yeah, it's not Jam.
So when do they call Vonnie to the stand?
Today.
Really?
Yeah,
How long the trial supposed to last?
I probably should put that video on real quick. Hold on.
How long the trial supposed to last?
Supposed to be 3 weeks. This shit cost me hella money.
Man, we appreciate you. We appreciate you for getting in there, letting us be in our eyes and ears so we can see and hear what's going on. We appreciate that.
But you know, I can't do no complaining on none of that. So it's like, if I complain and all that, they're like, oh, you got hella money. Nigga, I got employees. What you talking about?
For sure.
You got jobs. I got people that depend on me. And they all black women. All
So
black
you
women.
saying, so we got to still cross our hand and wait on this nigga Vonnie?
That's the only person I was worried about.
Dude, what is OTF Jam plea agreement? What type of plea agreement do he got to make him go this far to lie on this man or to testify and say what he's saying against Durk? What the feds is supposed to do for him? Did Brian Steele expose that?
You can't, because he kept on saying, yo, I want a number. I want a number. I want a number.
Who kept saying that?
He was like, they was like, did he promise you anything and all that shit, everything? He like, nah, I just want a number. He was like, I really want a number.
Who was saying these though?
Jam was saying that to Brian Steele. Yeah.
What I'm saying, I don't understand. He need a number to like what?
He said he just want to be released. He's not saying give me 10, 20 years. He just said, I want a number.
So his plea deal is him getting a number. So he testifying, he cooperated, and he don't even know where his outcome gonna be.
No. Here's the funnier part. And I want to clear this up. Jam is the reason they in this jail. Flat out. What you guys have to understand is the feds have to corroborate the story. They still have to do an investigation on the shit that you tell them. So they have to go through phone records. They got to make their own investigation. So do y'all understand when y'all say, oh no, the cop was going to figure it out? That cop didn't figure out shit. He ain't know nothing about them cars or nothing. That is stolen license plate. They got rid of the goddamn hot car. They did all of that. That's common though. No, Mickey, they don't know this. They don't know this. I'm telling you, I got so many people on Twitter like, no, Nash, Jam ain't the reason they in that jail. No, bro. When you give the police information, they have to verify. They still have to go and say all this shit. So when he say, oh, I noticed Jam by his pants and I looked on Google for this and it was a Chicago thing, that's because Jam put himself there. You still got to mess around and put that shit the hell out. That's how that go. Y'all niggas think because a nigga snitch, man, majority of these niggas be lying when they be snitching, bro. Do you realize that?
What is Drew Finney reaction in the courtroom? What is he in there doing?
Drew on point. Drew's on point. Drew,
like, is he arguing or what?
Nah, Drew ain't arguing because I think it's this. And I said this to Drew, you know, and I be talking shit with him and everything. That's really my dog. But and I hate to admit that I'm cool with all these attorneys and shit. But Drew basically was like, shit, Brian doing this thing. And my thing is, I believe, not that Drew told me this, I believe Brian Steele is doing this shit because Brian Steele got all that energy. Brian Steele did what, you remember Keith Adams used to come up to the podium and talk and shit? And niggas used to be like this. Mm-hmm. He doing that shit. Like Brian Steele's energy is up there. He's commanding the room. But I'm going to tell you this. You know, I'll be a fan of these lawyers, especially these new ones. Nigga, DD lawyer, that motherfucker hard. That motherfucker is hard, bro. I swear to God, he be in that motherfucker animated. He be like this. I swear to God, he'll be like this. So, doing that shit. And what that is that's called performative arts. One of the things about going viral in people's interviews, you have to learn to talk with your hands. It's a proven fact. It's a proven study. So what he's doing is he's explaining, but he's painting the illustration. When he's talking, so it'll be like this. When he's talking, he's painting a whole entire illustration. He's making everybody see everything. You get what I mean? And that's what the fuck he's doing. And he cracked it in a bit. I'm saying, and he loud too. He can step from the mic and niggas are still hearing.
What's the worst thing you see coming from this trial? Do you see a mistrial?
I hope not. That would be the worst. He's not going to be found guilty.
He's not going to be found guilty?
How many
more witnesses left?
The state said they had 35 witnesses. I don't think they're going to bring 35 witnesses.
Nah, because for them to be getting OTF, what the nigga name is, Bunny, to testify today?
Yeah. But this ain't Glenville. He not letting these motherfuckers talk for 30,000 hours of shit.
Say that again?
This ain't Glenville. He not letting everybody talk for hella hours. And I ain't gonna lie, this judge is fair as hell.
I said it. I did federal time. The feds gonna go, the federal judges they run a courtroom. You're not going in no federal courtroom trying to run it. You gonna go in there and play, they gonna lock you up. You feel me? So real talk. I've been in there.
What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that, goddamn me, the way that they're doing it, the way that they setting it up, the way that it is, that judge, he actually fair, bro. Like, he really fair. He say some odd shit, but he done got on the feds' ass a couple of times. He done got on the feds' ass a bunch of times, and you could tell, nigga, like, because I ain't gonna take the credit for it, but I'm noticing how the fuck the feds is leading their goddamn witnesses. And Brian still ain't, and nobody, Christie, nothing, you know, it is what it is. I'm not criticizing them or nothing, but I'm like, damn, ain't none of y'all gonna say none of this shit. So, boom, that I'm like, bro, y'all gotta say something about them leaving these damn witnesses. So the moment I make that video, the next day, Brian still raised that objection, and that shit been whooping ass ever since.
Yeah, so cool. So what's the judge demeanor like?
He slick cool, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's a cool ass judge.
Are you biased?
Am I biased?
Yes.
Everybody biased. Yes.
So I'm asking you this because we want a neutral standpoint perspective from it. I'm asking because you're saying Durk gonna win, but we don't know what OTF Jam gonna do when he get up there. So I'm trying to see, is you saying Durk gonna win because you want him to come home, or is you saying he gonna win because they don't really have no evidence?
Both.
That's what I'm asking.
Both.
Both?
Yeah, both.
For sure.
I don't think I get people saying I'm biased and all this and everything, but
no, I was asking, you know.
No, I get it. And I'm saying this. I get how people try to get on my line and be like, you biased as hell and all this. But you gotta remember, I just got snatched by the feds and had to spank them niggas myself. And they're in that courtroom right now. So I know if they take some little bullshit and they threaten me with 20 years.
What's the most damaging shit can Bunny do?
Transactions, text messages. But we're not seeing these. See, I notice what people don't notice. We're not seeing all these text messages that they're saying. This is all a whole lot of hearsay, a whole lot of talking. So that's all I'm really waiting on. I'm just waiting on this shit to come to fruition. I told people, I read every motion. Everybody heard me read every single freaking motion.
Oh, I watch you every day. Every night, every day.
He said, "Say you got snatched up for what? Threatening the witness."
For what?
Yeah. They said I got a lot of influence in Chicago, and I threatened a witness that was on the stand.
Can I bring up Doodle?
Go ahead.
Is what Doodle doing hurting or helping Durk?
It's helping.
Can you explain it?
Because there really ain't no support like your fake ass industry friends showing how good of a character you are. If I like, let's say, I don't know, if I like a certain singer, I think the singer ain't no grimy ass person. So to me, it's like, shit, why would he associate himself with them type of people? You know, and Duty showing up for his kids and shit, all that. India don't like all that camera shit. She don't like being on camera. She don't like none of that shit.
Tell her I'm sorry for putting her in so much messy shit. I didn't mean to put her in it. Tell her I got the utmost respect and sympathy for her. You feel me?
Yeah, because you know, I ain't gonna say she really the quiet type, but she hella chill. Like she not on that. Like I ain't gonna lie, she not in a negative way, because I know she probably is, but she look like she living a stress-free life right now.
For sure. Hey, can I ask you this question?
Go ahead.
Do Durk have witnesses on his behalf?
Hell yeah. Niggas baby mama's finna come in here and be like, Jam was a thirsty lion ass, you know what I'm saying? All that shit.
Sure.
Nigga, he finna get fucked over.
Sure.
Yeah, all that shit, bro. So the witnesses that are coming, they're gonna be character witnesses. They're gonna talk about Jam in certain ways and all of this shit. And that's what's basically gonna be what it is for him. But you don't want to know
how much of your time I got left?
Go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna ask you this question before you gotta leave. That's why I'm trying to ask. Go ahead. I'm listening to you though.
You good?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait. What you think has been the most damaging evidence against Lil Durk so far?
Honestly, associations. So the sliders, the hot cars and all that and everything, even though it don't got nothing to do with this trial, it's still painting it as, yo, Lil Durk got niggas that's out here sliding and riding and all this shit. Because also in that shit, they say that the money that Durk was putting in the streets, that shit was for drugs, for guns and all that. So they're going to bring that shit up today.
But how is Durk putting money in the streets if they saying Durk ain't gave them no money?
Because Booney Mo hopped on a goddamn voice note that they recovered and was like, Durk said everybody need to take their lick. Hey, the OG coming out there and OG gonna be verifying like if this good or not, all this shit. Because Durk tired of wasting money in these streets. Now you can take that and say, yo, Durk looking at it for his homies. He said, because people are always begging and asking for money. So if I say, I done sell my homies, shit, $300, $400, that don't mean necessarily that I'm trying to sit up here and you know, buy drugs and shit. That could mean y'all all broke and everybody asking for thousands of dollars. I would make that argument because even Jam said when he was in the pen that he was getting thousands of dollars from Lil Durk. You know what I'm saying?
How is...
Go ahead. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good.
What's Lil Paul family demeanor like? Is they carrying themselves well? If they got their head up, is they okay?
You said
Do
who?
people show them love and mercy?
Who?
Lil Paul.
Say that one more time.
How his family demeanor are? Like, is they getting respected there? Like, is they okay? Is they holding their head up? Is like what's that like?
He got a good support system. His brothers in there, everybody in there, bro. It's cool. His uncle in there, his dad in there. Hey, Big Durk swole as shit.
He been working out.
Big Durk swole as shit. You know, he remind me of that Dragon Ball Z character, the bald-headed one. I swear to goodness.
Yeah.
I want you to kill the music so I don't get demonetized.
Man, this man here funny. What's wrong with you, man?
I swear to goodness.
Yeah, man. I be praying for this whole situation, man. I be praying over it, man. I be watching. Been waiting on you to drop your updates.
Yeah, I'm gonna start dropping better detailed updates for y'all. I know what I'm supposed to do.
We need you to tweet. We need you to keep it step by step because we want to know what's going on. We want to make sure that Durk getting the equal right treatment. Like we got to make real like.
Yeah.
You feel me? So I appreciate you. I know you got other stuff to do, man. I catch you
I'm
later
on my way to the courthouse right now. It's about, I don't know what time it is. You know, I get up at 3 a.m, so
let me go ahead and pray before I get up off you, all right? Look at the damn phone on folds up when I say something about God. We're gonna rebuke the devil in the name of Jesus. We're gonna keep it going. Dear Heavenly Father.
Oh, he meant he was gonna pray. My bad. My fault, Woody. My bad.
Yo,
I didn't know you.
Nigga. Hung up on my prayer. Oh, you deaf.
Yo, I did not. My bad. You froze for a minute, so I was thinking you was done.
What the hell? I still pray though. I still pray. My eye was closed.
Go ahead, you can do it, man.
You steady laugh. I hope that Uber driver. I was gonna play with you. I can't keep playing like that.
I'm not asking to turn down the music so I don't get demonetized.
I was gonna say I hope the Uber driver take you to his house and tie your ass up. But then if you do, then I'm gonna be a part of a crime. Fuck that shit.
I know. Yeah. Este derecho y yeah. I did not know he was finna pray, bruh. I would have kicked him out on the prayer. That's crazy. That's wicked. That's wicked. I ain't gonna stop nobody from prayer. That's crazy. That's funny as hell though. Like, get that prayer shit up out of here. But nah, man, it's gonna be a couple of bombshells that's gonna happen, man. And I'm gonna be fair. Y'all make sure y'all clip this shit and say this shit for yourselves, man, because don't let your opportunity for a moment like this, or y'all been supporting and y'all been pulling up, y'all been liking and all this shit and everything, and you could probably make something. You ain't at the court yet? Darling, no, I'm not at the court yet. But I'm going there right now. I promise. I'm literally a couple minutes away. Hey, I won't be on you like that. That's my league manager, if y'all don't know.
All right. That was fun, okay? Lil Wooten turned into an interviewer. Is wild, okay? So we took a break from the transcripts to catch Seti Nash on live with Lil Woody. And now we about to get back into the transcripts from yesterday, since we definitely got to be up to date, so that we just learned from Seti Nash on that live that OTF Vonnie is set to take the stand today. So we definitely need to go ahead and get caught up. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start the transcripts, and then we're gonna continue on. Remember, we here for a long time. Early morning, we beating the rush before all the big dogs get on. Y'all make sure y'all share the live. Tell everybody to pull up. Real Spill, what's up? Argatha said black people only care about rappers, not the victims. I ain't gonna say all that, but at the same time, you know, when you dealing with, if you're doing a victim content, you got to make sure you're very sensitive or have a lot of empathy. And a lot of times when it comes to content, especially our side of content, it's really hard to do that. So it's easier just to follow cases or follow the situation from the defendant or the rapper. All right. Let's get into this because we still got 2 hours, and y'all know I need to hear verbatim what was said so that I can do my whole recap. So we're gonna go ahead and get started.
a death sentence. Like that's something you don't do. And then doing it to people, period, bro. You can snitch on an op and get effed up behind it. So you doing it on your own, of course. I mean, So could you potentially be hurt or killed? Of course. Even now? Of course. In terms of the Los Angeles shooting, you said that right after it happened, and even now, when you gave this note, you thought it was sloppy and so on, and that you were upset with Mr. Banks for putting you in that situation? Yeah. Do you still feel that way to this day? Do I still feel that way that he put us? Yeah. Why do you say that? Because, bro, like, let me say, I don't know what his relationship with Cuz was, right? But Cuz seemed like a goofy to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if he ever been arrested. Like I say, man, through experience, I did something for somebody that I know 12 years, bro. So I'm doing something again with people I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, it was for his own selfish reasons. Like he had reasons for that, you know what I'm saying? And maybe Didi did too because he F with Vine. Maybe Cuz did too because I don't know if he had a relationship with Vine. Maybe he did. He was around. I don't know. But I didn't. I know it wasn't for me to do. And I don't know him. But this is my first time seeing him. So like, are you pointing at CVL Shorty? Yeah, Lindsay. Like, I ain't never been around him. What he doing? You know what I'm saying? Dude had reasons. I didn't have no reason. Other people didn't have reasons, but I felt it was selfish. I felt like it was some bullshit. I did. Period. You talked earlier about Mr. Banks was very supportive of you while you were in custody. Yeah. How do you feel about Mr. Banks now? Do you still have love for him? Mr. Still relevance? Court overruled. This might be hard to believe because what I'm doing, but I still got a lot of love for him. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand the situation. Of course, it ain't gonna look like it, but blood was there for me, That shit don't go away. You know what I'm saying? Like what he did for me, how he was there for me. I You can't forget that. You know what I'm saying? And I feel bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's still love that I know he probably hate me, but I'm still got love for him. I just ain't got no respect for him no more, though. Mr. Morris, I think it's a good time to break, Your Honor. The court, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take our lunch break. We will start again at 1:15 so I can talk to the lawyers about some matters without inconveniencing you. Remember what I told you? Don't discuss this case and don't let anyone discuss the case. Thank you. Jury, you're excused. I'm going to ask the courtroom to be cleared of everyone except the defendants and counsel and the prosecutors. I want to raise some matters with the lawyers. The court, counsel, you may proceed. Question. You are here today testifying under an agreement with the prosecution, right? Right. And by that agreement, it is your hope that you will be released from custody, right? Not released, but something. Well, what do you want? If you don't want to be released, huh? Can you say that again? You want to be released from, do you want to be incarcerated for the rest of my life? No. Do you want to be incarcerated at all? I mean, you do crime, you do some time. I don't want to do the rest of my life, though. And it's your hope that by performing today, by testifying today, you will get out of custody soon, true? Mr. Morse, I'm going to object as to argumentative phrase, Your Honor. The court, it was performance was switched to testimony, and therefore the question may be answered. Both sides are free to argue to the jury the veracity of the witness. Obviously, it's for the jury to determine whether it's truthful testimony or performance. With the question having the word being switched to testimony, then you can react that question. Mr. Still, is it true? At some point. And you want that point to be today, right? No. You want that point to be no more than the time you ever served in custody, 12 years at one time, right? That is your hope? A number is my hope. Do you remember explaining to your loved one that you expect to serve 18 months after testifying to this jury? To my loved one? Who? To your wife. I told her 18 months. Do you remember doing that? No, I don't. But if I did, I was just giving her a little hope. But I don't remember saying that. Do you remember saying, the court, counsel, again, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be very brief at this time, I assure you. But if you would please approach all of you, don't need to approach Mr. Still, Mr. Mills, Mr. Harbaugh, one prosecutor at the bench. Mr. Still, is this when you say wife? Oh, Mr. Still, is this when you say wife? Is this the baby mama situation? Because if they're legally married, this sounds to me like a privilege statement, and the wife does not have the right to waive the privilege. Only Mr. Hester has the right to waive the privilege. Still, it's a jail call. Court, what's that? A recorded jail call. They waive the privilege. Okay. They are on a known recorded jail call, Your Honor. All right. Does the government have any response to that? If it's with all respect a jail call, then no. All right. Then in this case, I'll allow it, and you can pursue anything that was on the jail call. But again, Mr. Steele, just make sure you set this up as impeachment. And the first question should be, isn't it true that you think you are getting out in 18 months? And if the answer is no, then you can say, but then you tell somebody else that is not it. I mean, that it's not. And who says who, and that then that's your wife. So let's try to set that, Mr. Morris. Your Honor, I don't think there is any grounds to play the jail call. The witness basically says, I don't remember, and if I did, he didn't deny the statement. If you don't remember, you deny it. I can play it. It's for the prior inconsistent statement. That is not true. I don't remember. And if it did, this what? No, I get to prove it. This is ridiculous. The government's position, he said, I don't know. The court. Okay, that I agree that if there is anything other than an unequivocal acceptance of the defense question, then the defense gets to pursue this. But that doesn't have to refresh this witness recollection outside the presence of the jury. If he can't remember it, Your Honor, that is what has to be done. Then the question has to be asked, Mr. Still. If it's on cross, I don't have to. The court, no, I agree. He's not trying to refresh his recollection for the purpose of eliciting, for proving it's 18 months. He's trying to show that he said 18 months when everybody else knows that he's now refusing to admit that. So the government, the defense gets to pursue it as far as it wants until it gets either to the jury or is left with the sense that he's potentially that his failure to remember is false. So there hasn't been an unequivocal acceptance that he said that it was 18 months. Understood. In open court. Is that true that you told your loved one, your wife, that you'll be home in 18 months? Do you remember that? No, I don't remember it. To run concurrent with the time that you were serving on your parole. Do you remember saying that? To run concurrent time? Concurrent. You know what that means, right? Together. Is you talking about when I was in the state before I came over here? When you were talking with the federal authorities, did you tell your wife you expected they're going to help you? And are you expected to come home in 18 months? Listen to what I just asked you. Is you talking about before I came over here? Or are you talking about when I was in state prison? No, don't. This is not how this is going to work. I'm going to ask you questions. Just answer the question. I don't even know what you're talking about. Do you remember stating on May 5th of 2023 on a recorded line to your wife that you were trying to come home to see your baby born, that these federal authorities are helping you out? Do you remember that? I could have said it. And we are talking about after you talk with the authorities, the federal authorities, the U.S. Attorney Office. Are you talking about pleading guilty to 3 different murders? You realize that, right? And is it your belief that you can manipulate this system and a jury to get out within the next several months? True? Mr. Morris, objection, argumentative. The court, the objection is sustained. Counsel, rephrase your question. You understand the criminal justice system by being an inmate most of your life, right? Yep. And because you have been in custody and you have been almost in continuous custody since you were 12 years old, is it fair to say? Yes. Yes? Yes. And currently, you were born in 1992, so that would make you 34 or 33, right? 34. And the longest period of time you have been out of custody was February 28, 2022, going into when you were arrested in May 2nd, 2023, right? Since I've been going to jail? Yes. And when you have been in custody, you have stated, have you not, that although you don't have a formal education.
Hold on, pause. So that kind of answer, because Real Spill had just asked, I remember when the rumor he was snitching hit and he got out and dropped his location or something like that. You remember that, Mickey? And I told y'all back then I thought that was cap. I don't think that Jam page is actually Jam on that page. But the fact that they're just saying he got arrested May 2nd, 2023, I don't believe Jam ever got out since 2023. He started cooperating with the feds. That came out, and his first day testifying that he started corroborating when he got arrested May 2nd, 2023. I don't believe Jam ever got out, and I really don't believe he ever got out based on what we just heard just now.
You're street smart and understand the criminal justice system, right? Street smart, but not understand the criminal system. When have I said that? Well, you understand? Show me that. Go ahead. I said, show me that. When have I said that? You understand? You do not. That when you wanted to get authorities with the note that we saw, I know about murders. It was your hope that by telling authorities about what was supposed to, telling authorities about supposed criminal activity, it would get you time home. Get you home. That is why you did that, right? No. When I got arrested, I was only arrested for a gun. So me saying something about other murders in that time didn't have nothing to do with this. This is something else. But you knew that you were going to explain about murders. You committed, and you knew from your past experiences that you get lesser time, and you could clear it all up. You can clear all up those murders. That is true, isn't it? How would I know if I never done it before? No, I'm asking you if you knew from experience. No, I don't know that from experience. I've never been through this at all. Once again, I've never been through it before. Once again. All right. Well, let me ask you this. Have you admitted that you are a dangerous person? Would you agree with that? In my past. Objection. Relevance. Court. Overruled. I can be in my past. Yeah. And every time that you have been in custody or out of custody, you have hurt people physically, right? Every time. Even in custody as a juvenile, you and Mr. Jones would beat up other children, right? That's what's going on in jail, especially juvie. As people fight, people get into it. Your rivals. Is that the answer? Yes? You're a destructive, dangerous man, right? At times I can be. And you have told the jury and told authorities previously that you have committed countless armed robberies, right? Yeah. And when you say countless armed robberies, countless hundreds, right? Yeah. And an armed robbery, for the people who don't know, mean that in your mind, you can go up to somebody with a firearm, right? Yeah. And you can, when they are unsuspecting, pull that firearm and put it to their face, their belly, whatever, right? Yeah. And then what you do is you take property from them, whether it's whether it's a car, whether it's a wallet, a gun, whatever. Right? Jewelry? I never took no car from nobody. Is that what you do, though? You steal, huh? You steal by force of a gun. Steal. I call it taking, but that's how you put it. And then you go home with their property, right? Yeah. And if they run from you, you might even shoot them. True?
If they run from you, try to get away from the control of them, you might even shoot them, right? It's possible. And if they fight you because they have nothing wrong when you victimize them, they have done nothing wrong when you victimize them, you might even shoot them, true? Where do you get this happen at, though? I'm asking you. It's possible. It happened, though, right? This is you. You agree? Is that me? This is your life. You have lived this life, right? In my past. And you tell the jury today, I'm quoting you, you are used to walking up to people. Remember you saying that? Can you say a little bit more? Because you got to refresh my memory. That don't tell me anything. Yeah. Unsuspected people that you prey upon, you go up, that is, you told the jury today, objection, that you are used to walking up to people and commit the crime. Court, I'm sure we are all recalling when that testimony was elicited. Counsel, the objection is sustained. If you can rephrase your question. And what you mean by that is that you take advantage of situations for your benefit, right? Listen, I don't know. Even though the judge just said we all know the situation, you got to explain the situation a little bit more to me to know what you're talking about, sir. When you see me on that street, you have it in your head, in your mind, that you want to take my watch. You will come up to me when I don't know you are coming, and you will knock me down and put a gun in my face and take the watch. You've done this before. Why you were looking at me? You? Anybody. Man, I ain't never took no watch from nobody. You just making up a story, man. What is you talking about? Let's talk about what you discussed with the prosecution. Do you remember driving from Illinois to neighboring state of Wisconsin? Yeah. And do you remember being with another person? Yeah. And you go into the store, right? Correct. And you have a firearm on you, correct? I mean, correct. And how old are you? At the time, 17. And this person who was working at the store, they don't know you're coming, do they? As far as you know, no. And you and your friend walk in, you lock the door to the store, right? Right. So this person is unaware, unsuspecting, is now trapped in a store with you and your friend, true? Yes. And your friend is also armed, right? No. Just you? Yeah. You got the gun. Yeah. And you knew your gun was loaded, right? Yeah. And you are now in a position to pull your gun and rob the store, right? Right. But the clerk doesn't want to be a victim of you, Mr. Hester. Okay. And he did nothing to you, right? No, he didn't. You don't even know this person's name, correct? No. You don't know if this person has a family? No. You don't know if this person is taking care of a loved one? I don't know anything about him. But what you do know is that you're going to get what you want, right? I guess. And what happened is that the clerk didn't want to be under your control. Try to get away from you and tell jurors what you did to that person. I explained this already, but I killed him. No, you did more than that. Tell them what you did. What you mean I did more than that? First you shoot them. They all fall, right? Did he fall? No, I don't think he fell. Do you remember him being on the ground and you come up to him, put your hand holding a loaded weapon to his body and blow his brains out, right? Right. And the black splatter of his brains and blood gets on you and your gun, right? It got on me and the gun? Yeah. No. And you let this man just linger and bleed out dead, right? That's what you do, Mr. Hester. That's your opinion.
Sheesh, that was intense. God dang.
Well, that is the truth, right? Yes or no? Is that the truth? Did I just let him lay there and linger? What's I supposed to do? Give him CPR? Well, are you telling the jury you do CPR? No, I said, court, the witness did no such thing. Counsel, ask your next question. I must have misheard. After you slaughter this human being, you take the property, right? Took it before then. And then you leave. Yeah. By unlocking the door, right? Yep. And then you drive back to Illinois to Chicago. Yeah. And you brag about your killing. I ain't brag about killing. Mr. Hester, did you go home and think about what you did to that person that day? I actually did. What did you do about it? What did I do about it? Called a meeting with my gang. Did you call a meeting with that person's family? I don't know his family to call a meeting with his family. Did you try to find out anything about the life that you just slaughtered? No. Because you don't have a conscience. Would you agree with me? Objection. Sustained. It doesn't bother you what you did. You went on to live your life, right? It did bother me. That's the whole point of me calling a meeting. That was 15 years ago. You realize that? Okay. True. But you don't stop there, right? You killed other people. You murdered other people, right? Who are the other people I murdered? How about Lil D? Lil who? Dean? You know I didn't murder him, right? Well, let's talk about that. Your Honor, may we approach? You may. And we'll be quick. Ladies and gentlemen, what? At the bench. The court. All right, what is the... Yes, Mr. Morris, I just want to make sure we are all on the same page. If this witness is allowed to explain exactly what happened with Lil D, and he should be, if we are allowed to be crossed on it, he will explain that Mr. Banks was involved in that plan to kidnap Lil D, and that Mr. Banks did not want Lil D to be killed, but he did want some kind of kidnapping or some sort of. I'm saying that Mr. Banks is involved with this.
Hold on, pause. Who is Little D? Who is Little D?
Issue, and I think it's a dangerous path to go down. That is truly why I didn't get into those facts Your Honor, first of all, it's ultimately up to the defense, but presumably if the defense wants to say that he didn't share all of his crimes, but it sounds like here he did. So I'm not necessarily sure then what that relevance is. But again, Mr. Steele, are you prepared to have the risk of this coming out if you go into this area, Mr. Morris? I just want to be clear. He would testify that Mr. Banks was involved and had knowledge of the planning, but did not want Little D killed. And once Lil D was killed, Mr. Banks confronted the witness at a video shoot and said, hey, Lil D was not supposed to be killed. From my understanding, this is Mr. Banks talking. Lil D's girlfriend is still alive. There's still a witness alive. Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Hold on, pause. Hold on. Is this a sidebar? Oh, snap. They dropping sidebar conversations too. I would think that, well, why is they giving out transcripts with the sidebar conversations? Why is they doing that? With why is they giving out the sidebar conversation? The reason why the sidebar conversations is outside of public hearing is because it's sidebar. Like, right? They normally don't release them after the trial is over. That is crazy. I just caught on that this is a sidebar conversation. For all this, they might as well just talk to the public. That's crazy. Mickey, there's a conversation about how the end in jail or death when you first get in the street. He been a juvenile. He knows getting caught is a possibility. They ain't about that. Like, people don't be thinking it like that. Like, I done did DJJ time or juvenile time. Like, again, you don't. In a moment, like, if you get pulled over by the police, you got weed or you got whatever you got in the car, you driving under suspension, whatever, right? You don't off back. Most people, you're not off back on think, oh, I'm just about to tell. As soon as the police walk up, you're going to try to see if you can get out of it first. If you can't get out of it just by trying to be cool and you still got to go, then you may be like, well, hold on now. Let me da-da-da-da-da. Like, I don't think people go in the mindset like, soon as I see a police, I'm a snitch. Before, like, nah. I feel like in his mind, he was going to get up out the situation. He didn't. He felt like shit, I'm going to tell him about this and make it worthwhile. But really, all he did was make his situation worse because you would have had an outdate if you would have just took the gun charge or fought the gun charge. But no, you going there putting yourself in murders and stuff. Now you seeing him talking about, well, I'm snitching because I want an outdate. Nah, bro, if you would have shut up from the start, you would have had an outdate because you would have just got your time for the gun charge. But, you know, that's just my logic to it. But sidebar conversations is crazy in real time. Crazy.
Sorry, the court. All right, excuse me, Mr. Steele. I'll allow you to get into it if you want, but if you want to move on, then of course you can move on. I'll just say he pled guilty to it. That you may certainly ask. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Steele, may I, sir? You certainly may. Well, Lil D, you pled guilty in front of this honorable court to a robbery and his killing, right? Robbery, conspiracy to commit, kidnap, resulting in death. Okay, kidnapped him and resulted in his death. His murder, right? Right. This is you, correct? That's what I pled guilty to. And you did that. But did I pull a gun and kill him? I didn't even see him get shot. None of that. With regards to this killing that we are really on trial for, in Los Angeles on the 19th of August of 2022, you have admitted to this jury and to the court previously that you were involved in the killing of Mr. Robinson, right? Yes. And what you did in this case is you leave Chicago without any clothing or luggage, right? Yeah. You tell the jurors that you have no idea why you were coming in Los Angeles or San Diego. That is what you tell them. I didn't. Well, that is your word. That's your contention, right? That's the truth. Ask him. He had pointed to Lil Durk. Then you board a plane, you land in San Diego. You still don't know what's going on. That is what you say, right? Until I went to Hooters. I can't hear you. Until I went to Hooters, the restaurant. So I'm correct, right? And then according to you, you find out that you are there for murder. Yes. And that is the only purpose for being in that state, this state, right? Yeah. And you tell the jurors that you didn't want to do this. I didn't. You didn't know the people around you enough, right? Correct. Yes. And you really have no reason. You are telling the jurors that when you have a purpose, then you kill. If you are mad at somebody, you kill. But if you don't know the person, maybe you are not going to kill. That is what you told jurors, right? Right. And then Kayvon Grant comes to you and has a gun for you. True? Yeah. And you don't tell him, I'm not about this anymore. Do you? No, I didn't. But he didn't hand me the gun, though. You don't tell him, make my fight, I got to go back to Illinois, right? No. And you know that he makes fights, Kayvon Grant, right? For me? For anybody. I don't remember him ever making a fight for me. You don't call Jason Smith and say, I would like to get out of here, right? I did it. But you take the gun, true? Yep. And then at nighttime, you go outside of a hotel and you are ready to kill, right? Yeah. And again, there are people at this hotel, including Mr. Robinson, that you have no idea who they are, right? Right. You don't know their background, do you? Nope. You don't know their loved ones, right? Nope. You don't know their mother, nope. Or brothers or sisters or anything about them, nothing. To you, it's about you. That you are there on a mission, right? Nah, I wouldn't say that, no. Well, you have to be there for a purpose. I mean, I don't. Because otherwise, you would have put the gun down, right? The court, excuse me. Just let Mr. Steele complete his question, and then you'll be able to answer, Mr. Hester. My bad. I'm sorry. Correct? Can you say the question again? Because I got sidetracked. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you are some bottle of water. I mean, you have a brain, right? The crowd started laughing. Yeah. You got family at home after not being with them for most of your life, right? Yeah. And by August 18th of 2022, you have children at home, right? Yeah. I got a son at home that you hardly know because you have been away forever, right? No, we had a good relationship even though I was in jail. A good relationship while you were in prison? Yeah. Okay, but now you could take the opportunity to really be hand in hand with your child, right? Yeah. But instead, you are holding a gun in the state of California, ready to kill somebody you don't know. Yeah. When you told the jurors, like, you have a conscience, like, did you think about that while you were sitting there outside that person? I mean, outside while that person is smoking a cigarette, as they pull down their mask and say, there he goes. Did you ever think about anything but you? I thought, trust me, I thought about it all. So I'm not going to trust you. I'm going to ask the question. I mean, I'm not going to trust you. I'm going to ask you to answer the questions. I thought about all that. That's not answering the question. Well, tell the jurors what you thought about. What was going through your mind as you said, there he goes, as you believe Quando Rondo or Mr. Bowman is pulling down his mask to smoke a cigarette because he has a grill. I'm not even the one who said, there he goes. What were you going through your mind? A million things at one time. Tell us. Not just murder, but murder was what you were doing, right? That's what I was here for. That is your heart. No, that's not. Well, you giggled, but that is you, Mr. Hester. No, it's not me. And you don't care in this life who you harm, do you? Yes, I do. You have left in your you have left in your wake countless people in despair. Do you realize that? You say that again? Yeah. You have left in your wake because of your conduct countless people in hardship and sorrow. Do you realize that? Do you ever think about that? Yeah, I thought about that before. But you carry on, right? Yeah. And now we find you before, but one of the most prominent courts in our country. You are on the witness stand testifying before this honorable jury, hoping they believe you so you get back on the street. You realize that is what's going on here. Yeah. And you have done all this and your word landed in part Durk here before you. You realize that. Objection relevance? Court. Yeah, overruled. Wait, can you say that again? Because I swear I just need to understand that. You, the words coming out of my mouth, okay, in part have accused Durk of crimes in this indictment. You realize that. Tell the truth about them. Well, there's a difference. You know, the truth is decided by others, right? Okay, true. But you are hoping on a guilty verdict, so you get a lesser sentence. That is your hope, right? That is not my hope. Oh, it's not your hope. No, I can't sit up here and you can't fucking answer the right way I want to answer. I'm not sitting up here begging or hoping that Durk get life or get a guilty sentence. That's not what I want. I'm just here telling my side of the story, admitting to what I did. That's it. That's all. What you want is to go home, sir. I want a number. Well, you keep saying I want a number. You want to go home, right? Yes, at some point. I mean, why are you at some point so reluctant? The court. This time, Mr. Still, let the witness finish, please. He hadn't finished. At some point, yes. Well, you want that point to be immediately. No. You didn't self-surrender to a jail? Did you stop yourself by following? Do you realize how much time you put in the streets in Los Angeles to track down and hunt your prey? Do you realize what you did? Yeah, I realize what I did. Do you know how many hours you were on a mission? You just did one thing here, right? Ask me that again. You come here and you go right to killing the night you land on the 18th of August, right? As soon as I landed. Yeah. Do you drive from San Diego here? Yeah. And then you go to bed and you wake up and you go right to killing, right? Yeah. There is no like hesitation that if you looked at like your to-do list that day, it was murder. That's your opinion. Well, it's the truth. Obviously, you didn't hear the parts of me texting Didi phone trying to find a way to stop it. Didn't know how to stop it. Just didn't come out and point blank say stop it. But I tried other ways. Sir, you are one of the highest ranking members of the Black Disciples by this time, according to you. You are a minister, right? That is what you testified to, right? Yes? Yes. That is one of the highest, most dangerous, most powerful positions in that gang, right? Can be, yeah. It's not can be, it's the truth, correct? Yeah, higher stuff. When you say dangerous, every minister is not dangerous. But you are dangerous, Mr. Hester. Yeah, but that don't got nothing to do with the position, though. It has to do with you. I'm asking you the questions. You are a dangerous man in a position, according to you, as minister of the Black Disciples in Chicago, Illinois. True? Yes. Mr. Morris, may we approach, Your Honor? The court. No, objection is overruled. Right? Yes. And you are telling the jury that somehow you had to lie to another person. These guys are scared. That is what you are telling the jury. That's exactly what happened. Well, according to you, that is what happened. I wish I had the text message. But we have to believe your word. Okay? Right? Okay. I can't hear you. I ain't hear nothing yet. I can't hear you. I say I ain't hear nothing yet. I admitted everything I done. Well, you, sir, are relying on your word. You have that text message? I wish I did. But answer my question. Do you, to show the jury, to show the U.S. Attorney's Office, and most importantly, to show this honorable court and the jury, that text message that you say happened? Yes or no? No, I do not. Right? But you're making it seem like I got my phone. So we have your word. You realize that? Okay. You agree with that, don't you? Yeah. And if it's your word is not good, then that is not truthful, right? Yeah. But I'm asking you a different question. You diverted us. I'm going back to my question. When you're sitting there with a gun, you say, I don't want to do this. As a minister of Black Disciples, all you had to say is, here's the gun back. I'm gone, right? No. Yes? You make it seem easy. It's not that easy. Why isn't it easy to tell people, I've just lived my life in prison, I have a family at home, and I'm not interested in murdering another person? Why is that hard? Obviously, if they cared, they would have never called me. They knew this. They knew I just did all that time in jail. Why call me? Because we had to come out there. I'm not the only minister that is a part of this case. I'm not the only gang chief. And if you really want to talk about it, we was, at some point when I come home, we wasn't really even, OTF came before everything. And who was the leader of that? Durk. Yeah, but this is all your words again. No, man. This is all your testimony. Your words, right? Everybody know this. Well, that is according to you. Okay. But get back to what I'm talking about. If you had a conscience, if you cared not to get back to prison, you could have left this scenario, right? It's not that easy, man. Well, life doesn't have to be easy when you kill somebody. It's not that easy. So you would rather be part of killing a human being that you don't know and you don't have any reason to kill. You would rather do that. Then get killed myself. Then get out of that car. Let me finish. Then get out of that car. Then get killed myself. So you are more important. When you said earlier, some people are more important than others, you are more important than other people you kill, right? Am I more important than people I kill? No, I can't say that. No. Mr. Esther, do you agree with me that it is terrifying for a person in that hotel to be outside with friends smoking a cigarette or marijuana or whatever they're doing, talking, and have somebody unbeknownst to them in the car with a gun looking to kill them? Is that scary? Yes, sir. Yeah. That's you. You are a scary person. You realize that. Some people may think that. Well, objectively, do you think that about yourself? I don't even know what objectively mean. Everybody started rolling in the courtroom. I remember this part. Do you believe what you said earlier? Sometimes you are dangerous. You are just dangerous sometimes, including now. Right now, I'm harmless. I'm chilling. Now, when you do get out of that car and fire live rounds, how many people were in that car? In the truck? Yeah. I wasn't sure. I don't know the number. Could a child have been in that truck for all you knew? A kid? There wasn't no kids with him. Well, how would you know that if you don't know how many people are in the truck? Because we see them when they get in. Listen, when you say people at the time that was in that truck got out and went to the gas station. So if it was 5 people in there, people went to the gas station. So there could have been 2 in there. I'm not sure about the number, but they had never had no kids with them. So that is like a trick question. How about we saw the video? The other people who were in the gas station and the convenience store, did you even consider a ricochet bullet, bad aim, somebody just get shot and killed? Did you ever think of that while you were pulling your trigger? Yeah. Tell the jurors what went through your mind. When I pulled the trigger? You're just saying when I pulled the trigger. What went through my mind? I shot at the truck and left. One more time. I shoot at the truck and leave. And if somebody else got hit like Mr. Robinson, just so be it. That's your attitude? Man, that one, no. That wasn't my attitude. It was just more like, do it and get over with it. Do it and get over with it. How about if those bullets entered into the gas station of the car and blew up the car? You're at a gas station. Did you ever think of that? No, I didn't think of that. Because all you were thinking about was yourself, right? Get it. What do you say? Get over with it. Yeah, so I can leave, go home. You have to be divorced from reality to say, get over with it. I mean, get it over with. Do you realize that? I don't even know what that statement means. You are not attached to humanity. You have no morality. Your Honor, you still using all these words, man. Excuse me, Mr. Hester. There's an objection. The objection is sustained. Mr. Still, ask your next question. I want to talk with you about Durk. Now, you mentioned that since 12 years of age, you have been in custody most of the time until February 28, 2022. Then we arrested May 3rd, 2023, right? Yeah. In and out since 12, yeah. Couldn't hear you. I said yes. In and out since 12. And in and out is because, you are not trying to make a joke, right? About the In and Out restaurant. No, I'm talking about in and out of jail. And the in and out is because when you were younger, a judge actually let you attend a funeral on condition that you go back to the jail. Right? Yeah. But you lied to the judge and you went home and hid out, right? Yeah, I did. Because you didn't want to go to jail, true? Yeah. I mean, yeah. And then eventually you served basically 12 consecutive years in prison for attempted murder. Not someone you killed, but someone you had shot multiple times, right? Yeah. And you put multiple bullets in the human being, but thankfully they didn't die, right? Yeah. But you maimed them for life. You realize that? I did what? You maimed them for life. You hurt that person. Oh, okay. Right? Yeah. So you are born the same year as Durk, right? I guess, yeah. 1992, correct? Right. And you didn't grow up in the same exact neighborhood, but he was in the neighborhood that, it was around each other, true? Yeah. And since 12, you are in and out of jail. You knew Durk because he was interested in fashion, like a pretty boy, right? He was in fashion? Pretty boy, yeah. You asked me what I know him for. Yeah. You knew him as that. You described him as that. I described him as that? Yeah. Did you not describe him as that person with girls doing songs? You didn't hear me say nothing about no girls. I said, I seen him making songs for the party. You don't hear me say nothing about no fashion. None of that. And you told the jurors that Durk was very kind to you and put money on your books, had Jason Smith put money on your books as he was getting out of poverty. Yeah. And you were in custody, right? Yeah. And most people forgot about you, true? Yeah, that's how it go. But he had kindness, true? 100%. What you didn't tell the jury also, though, was that Dirk's son, oldest son, and your son, they were friends, best friends. And those best friends also, the children had mothers, right? Their mothers were best friends too? Right. Yep. My bad, y'all. So Dirk, while you are away, not supporting your family, right? Was he supporting my family? You weren't able to support your family. You are in custody, right? You are in prison, right? But I'm trying to get what you're saying. Yeah, I was in prison, but as you saying, like he was taking care of my son, and you couldn't support your family, right? Okay. And Dirk would put money on your books, yeah. And Dirk kept in touch with your mother. He did. He did. And that was no matter how busy he was, because by this time he's out of that area, right? He's really rising as an artist. True. Yeah, he's doing his thing. Yeah. But he didn't turn his back on you or other people from where he came. True? True. Now, I want to talk with you about everything that you claim how Dirk was involved in this murder of Mr. Robinson in Los Angeles, okay? Okay. And if I leave something out, you remind me, but I don't think I will. I'm going to go to topic by topic, okay? Okay. You get out of custody on February 28, 2022, right? Yeah. And you are coming home to no financial ability, right? Right. And you make, through whomever, whether it was your son, your son's mother, you personally made Dirk aware, I don't have any clothing. You had nothing, true? Yeah, I told him that myself. And you are paroled out to a young lady's house, right? Uh-huh. Yes or no? Yes. And her name is Miss Dangerfield, right? Yeah. And as you laugh, she and your mother met you when you were released from custody together, right? Yeah. And you told Miss Dangerfield you were living with her for a while, right? At her home. No, I just used the crib as a parole site. I wasn't living there. You had a relationship with her, right? Sexual. Once. And you told her that she works full time. She's a legitimate person in the community, right? She's a good person. Yeah, she cool. And you told her that Dirk is your bitch, right? He spelled it, but I'm just gonna say bitch. I don't even play that bitch word with my homies, man. We're not even that generation that play that bitch word. I never said that. Did you tell her that Dirk is a hoe? Why would I say that about him? No. I don't know why you would say anything about him. Come on, man. No, never said that. Did you tell her that Dirk's success by the time you get out of custody, he's booming success, right? Right. But did you explain to Ms. Dangerfield that Dirk's success is on your back because he used your name in songs? Did you tell her that? Man, no, man. Did you tell her the guy got multiple songs? How can I make my name in one song, 2, 3 songs his success? That's not even his biggest song. So that don't even make sense. I don't know. I agree. You don't make sense. But let's just go through the question. Objection. The comment, Mr. Steele. I apologize. Of counsel is not a question. Is stricken. The jury will disregard it. But you may, Mr. Steele, ask your next question. And you tell Ms. Dangerfield that Dirk works for you. He's weak, right? No. You are denying all of this. Man, yes or no? I ain't told her nothing like that, man. And you told her that you used Dirk for his money. Hey, look, I ain't never told her that. Me and him built the relationship. Our relationship was our relationship. I want to talk to you and focus on being in Atlanta, Georgia. It's prior to the time that you came out to San Diego and Los Angeles, okay? Yeah. You told jurors that you are in the studio in Atlanta, Georgia.
Look. All right. So y'all are, I love the energy in the comments. Keep the comments going because y'all already know I am a small platform, and especially when it comes to lives, I don't hold a lot of people in lives. So, and I'm ad free, and I be trying not to kill y'all with ads. I try to just balance it out. So instead of me running a lot of ads, I just ask y'all to keep the comments moving. Because as long as the comments moving, it's gonna help me make some money. And I be here for hours. Okay. So I appreciate y'all. But listen, the reason why I'm using SETI for the transcripts, because I do just want to know what was said. Trap, academics and all them, they add they character to it and they do their things. And see, I'm a content creator, so I need to hear the actual words. So when I do come off the mic, I'm able to then give you some little incitement. When I do my breakdown videos, you know what I'm saying? I can add my 1-2. But if I'm listening to somebody that's already adding their 1-2, it's gonna be hard for me to like really get the information. Because y'all know, Mickey Truth, I try to stick to the truth as much as possible, and then just add my little personality to it. So that's why I'm using Teddy. I know a lot of y'all like, man, this is how it be sounding in court. It don't be exciting like that. So that's why I'm using Seti. Every time he reads it, that's why I'm using him instead of somebody else. But y'all know we're gonna definitely tap in with other people, trap everybody later. But right now, I just need to get what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm like you, Mickey. I just want the info and facts. I don't care less about the personality, story time reading. Yeah, I just need the details because I'm not there. Y'all know I wanted to be there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not there. And the best thing I do is just wait. And y'all know, for those who've been around from 2022, 2023, back when I was doing this, y'all know I can't stand reading out loud because I'll be like, man, what I say? Like, yeah, we'll never get to the point. So shout out to Seti for doing this so I don't have to do it, okay? But all right, y'all. So y'all know we almost done. I'm lying. We still got an hour. But I am going to find a breaking point in the transcript to take a break once I'm finished posting these reels. And then we're going to go into an actual recap video of Trap Lil Ross. And then we'll come back. We're not going to see. Yesterday we did it straight through. But I think we're going to switch it up today. Unless y'all just want to finish out the transcript, then go to something else. Y'all let me know in the comments. But we about to go finish this, at least for right now.
Georgia with Durk. Yeah. And other people. Yeah. And you remember this well, right? I remember being in the studio. Yeah. And during the time in the studio, it's burned into your mind that at some point Durk took you and others to an adjacent area in private, right? Yeah. And Durk tells you and others, makes it clear that Mr. Bowman has to be killed, right? Who was Mr. Bowman? I'm sorry, Quando Rano has to be killed. He didn't say he has to be killed. That was the intent. Well, that was what the intent was. You understood that, right? Right. And that whomever assists in that will be financially secure for life. Yeah, will be straight. Yeah. And there was a discussion of $1 million or $500,000. Yeah, that came up. And you're part of that communication. Yeah. And it was also discussed that this is because of Davon Bennett's death, murder, right? Yeah. And trolling and all that. Yeah. And it was necessary to do. That is what you told the jury, right? Yes? Yes. Besides your word, besides what you are saying to the jury, do you have any text messages, recording, chat, anything that would corroborate, that may be a bad word, that would show that those words were said by Durk? You have that? No, I don't. But why would I be in the studio recording him? Like, that is, did you ever tell anyone that this is not true? That in fact you never spoke with Durk about the death of Davon Bennett, King Von, and there was any type of money on Lil Tim or Tim Leaks or Mr. Quando Rondo? Did you ever tell anyone that? Who I tell that? No, I don't remember telling that. I can't hear you. No, I don't remember telling that to nobody. Because if you did tell that to somebody, it'd be ridiculous because it wouldn't be true, right? You would not tell someone, I never spoke with Durk about killing Quando Rondo and they're being financially set in $1 million or $500,000 because that wouldn't be true, right? If I was to speak with somebody about it, it would be true. Right. So you would always insist if you were to speak with someone that you had this meeting in Atlanta, Georgia, and you you spoke with Durk about King Von's death. You spoke with Durk about the $1 million, $500,000 to kill Quando Rondo, right? You really I ain't gonna lie to you. You confusing me. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm gonna ask it again. This meeting that you are telling the jurors that happened in Atlanta, Georgia, is the truth. That is what you are telling them. Yes. And there would be no reason to ever have stated that no meeting such as this ever occurred anytime. That would be a lie, right? Yeah, that would be a lie. Okay. I want to orient to the jury. When you give over that note that you know about murders, but you don't want to be recorded. You meet with the federal authorities in the state authorities in a joint task force on May 3rd, 2023. Do you remember that? Right. You also meet with them on May 4th of 2023. Do you remember that? We can show you the documents if you need to. I probably did. You also meet with them on May 5th of 2023. It's possible. You also meet with them on May 10th, 2023. Like I said, it's possible. And you talk about this case we are here today, right? And other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not limiting it. You said it other murders, but I'm talking about this case. So you talk to the police about it. Yeah. Right? And at this time, it is your hope that you will be so important to the police that you will be home in time for the birth of your two children, right? I didn't have no, that is not, we're talking about two situations though, right?
Hold on. Oh, two children. God damn, is they twins or he got two different women? Like he did a lot to only been out for like a year. He had a lot going on.
The reason you are speaking with the police is because you wanted to go home and get all this behind you and be home with the birth of your children, which happened just a couple months later, right? This is what are you saying? It don't make no sense. I got locked up May 3rd. My son was born May 14th. My other son was born June 19th. So how can I do all that and be home before their birth? That was your goal. Do you remember articulating that? I mean, saying by testifying, implicating is a bad word. By putting Durk into your murder in Los Angeles, you were hoping to be home in a couple of months and have all this behind you. Putting him in a murder? Yeah. You make him the mastermind, the payer, the reason for this killing in Los Angeles. You realize what you've done. I realize what I've done. Let me tell you something. If I could talk. You were saying the court, all right, Mr. Still, the question was answered. It's up to you. Are you going to ask your next question? Sure. All right. So I would like you to listen to, well, before I do that, you meet with the authorities May 3rd, and this is all 2023, May 4th, May 5th, and May 10th. Do you realize none of those meetings are recorded? No, I don't know. In fact, you asked for no recordings, right? A camera. I said something about a camera the first day. I didn't say nothing, no other day about no recordings. Well, it would have been okay then, but it wasn't done, unfortunately. Okay. There is no audio recording of what you discussed and how you discussed it with the police on May 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 10th, okay? But then you meet with the police on May 24th of 2023. Do you remember that meeting? I don't know dates. I can't just sit up here and say I remember a certain date when I met. It lasts for almost 5 hours, huh? The meeting lasts for almost 5 hours, okay? You have FBI agents. You have Los Angeles Police Department there. You had already signed an agreement with the prosecutors, and this is now finally recorded, okay? I would like to play for you from that recording, Mr. Still. So it's May 23rd, Your Honor, May 24th, 2023, and it is a recording, Your Honor, and it will be exhibit, man, 1 second, Your Honor, you may. It should be 10:15. It's electronic, Your Honor. I'm going to play for you or ask Ms. Bly to play for you. Ms. Morse, Your Honor, the government objects. This is improper impeach and asks for an offer of proof. The court, all right, obviously, I don't know what is going to be played. I'm addressing Mr. Still here. I don't want to interrupt his cross-examination. So, counsel, go ahead. If it's not for a prior inconsistent statement, then I'm going to strike it, okay? So I'm going to play for you from 00 just to hear the voice and the introduction to the people, okay? And you listen and make sure that this is going to be your voice, okay? Mr. Still, Your Honor, we'll start at 0, and I'll ask Ms. Bly to stop, and I'll announce the time. Go ahead. The audio is played, the courtroom. All right. My understanding, Mr. Still, from what them going, we're going to orient the witness as to which meeting this was. I believe you have done that. If you have a specific point where you believe there has been an inconsistency, then please do that, Mr. Still. Your Honor, it stopped at 1 minute, 8 seconds. Do you recognize your voice of that recording? Yeah. And do you recognize in May of 2023, after you had already met with the authorities 4 times previously? True? You are shaking your head. Yes. Okay. You're speaking about this case, this murder case. Yeah. In Los Angeles. Yeah. And you discussed the fact that you don't want to be charged in the murder case. I was trying to see when the charges was going to come. Like, if all, it wasn't. Right. It wasn't clear to me, so I'm asking questions. If at all. That's what you wanted to know, correct? Correct. All right. Mr. Steele, Your Honor, I'm going 50 minutes. I want you to listen to this. Make sure that this is your voice and the authority's voice, and you can hear it clearly. All right. And I'm focusing on your word that you met with Durk in Atlanta, Georgia, and discussed killing and the killing of of Kayvon Bennett, King Von. He does say Kayvon, actually, he does. Because Kayvon and Davon, I don't know, that shit, it does kind of get confused a little bit. So I definitely just wanted to put that in there for y'all. There'll be a payment for life or a payment that will be straight at $1 million or $500,000, okay? The audio's played. Mr. Morris, indiscernible. I'm sorry, counsel, I couldn't hear you. Mr. Morris, we're just listening to large swaths of recorded. There's no inconsistent statements here. It needs to be limited, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's for the context. It's here. It's going to be a 5-minute part of this 4 hours and almost 50-minute meeting, the court. Right. The fact that there is some dead time here is neither here nor there. You may continue. Mr. Steele will play the audio. Mr. Steele. It was stopped at 51:44, sir. Then the audio is played, and it basically has him say nothing about no murder for hire. He actually says there wasn't a bounty on Lil Tim and there wasn't a bounty on Quando Rondo. He actually literally said none of that shit. He said, bro, nah, they had no bounty. People just knew if you seen them, fuck them up, is what he said. So it's kind of funny that he say that shit, but yeah, it was a hell of a moment in court at that time. Was that your voice? That's my voice. And you're speaking with the federal authorities? Yes. And they specifically talked to you about King Von's death, right? Yes. And you are in custody? Yes. At the time of November 6, 2020, right? November 6, 2020? Yes. Yeah. And that's the date that Davon Bennett was murdered. Okay. You're in custody. Uh-huh. But while in custody, you're getting information that Mr. Bennett or King Von needs serious medical care, right? And that is what you articulate, right? And then when you get released of custody, and jurors heard some beeps, and those are just to be courteous to your son, right? That is what's being discussed about his birthday. So it's beeped out, right? Okay. And you also mentioned that Slutty, a second person, was killed that night by security, right? Yeah. But then as the question and answers continue, you are specifically asked by a detective who you want to, according to you, tell the truth, right? Right. Because at that time, just like now, you want to provide all the information you can so you go home, get a better deal, whatever, get freedom, right? Right. Remember how he said, I just want a number? You stopped saying that shit. And when you were asked specifically whether Durk ever spoke with you about death, the murder of King Von, you said no. You heard that, right? I heard it. That is totally diametrically opposed. Let me rephrase this. That is totally contrary or different than what you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury on your oath. Do you realize that? Yes, but there's more to it than that. Well, there's always more to it with you, sir. I said to it, not towards. The detective then asked you a short time later, which should trigger questions, which should trigger your memory, your good memory today, of this Atlanta, Georgia studio meeting of $1 million or $500,000 or financially wealth for life or being straight financially, whatever the words you say, or a combination of those. You should have told that to the detective when he asked you if you ever spoken with Durk, but you said no, not about Quando Rondo or Lil Tim. Did you hear that? Yes. Okay. And that also is totally contrary to what you told the jurors today, right? Right. And again, when you are fighting for your freedom today, you want to make it as bad for Durk as possible. And please, the prosecuting team, that means the agents in the USA Attorney's Office, right? Because that benefits you. Yeah. But you make it seem like this just like an easy thing. Like, I just want to put it on Durk. No, that's not the case. But that is the case, isn't it? No, it's not, man. Well, you can laugh, but Mr. Hester, let me ask you a series of questions. Can you explain to the jury, the court, excuse me, Mr. Steele, I don't want to interrupt you, but if you're asking about the alleged meeting, but also had to give the jury a break. So let me know when it's convenient time for us to do that. That's fine. Now's the time. Yes, sir. It seems to me you were changing the subject. We're good. We're good. The court, ladies and gentlemen, let's take an afternoon break, 20 minutes. We'll start again at 3:10 as soon or after as you're ready. Don't investigate this case. The court deputies, can you work, Mr. Hester? Thank you. Several things have been all right. The witness.
I kind of feel like we should stop right there and just, it's been a lot going on. I'm not gonna lie, Jam, Jam sound like a scary man. The way he been talking about just doing these murders, just doing all this, like he don't give zero anything. Okay. Zero anything for sure. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know how you can I don't know how you can kind of like go against that, you know what I'm saying? And they're gonna get impeached. Like it is crazy. All right, y'all, hold on. I'm trying to put the clip post. Y'all know I can't multitask like that. Shout out to Chirac Humor, man. One of the biggest in Chicago drill sector for sure. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Y'all know I'm a full-time blogger now, so I gotta make sure my other platforms get the content. Just like I can't wait till I end the live. One day I'm gonna have people to do this for me where I ain't gotta do it. But hold on. I was trying to see things too. I ain't gonna hold you. Releasing the sidebar conversations is crazy. Because even like with the O Block case, when I got all hemmed up in it, I waited. I couldn't really say nothing at the time because everything I needed was in a sidebar conversation on the transcripts. And you know, the lawyers have to get these. Like somebody, like I don't think, because they're not publicly available until later on. You know what I'm saying? So like they like a lawyer or a paralegal, somebody's getting these and giving them out, and then steady just reading them amongst other things. But that's crazy to do that. Folks, I still love Durk, but don't respect him. It would have took the whole federal system. I'm trying to tell you, I would have just said F it. All right. Let me look around. Let me see who got a read, because I don't want to go low key out. I kind of feel like maybe we should just finish out the transcripts, because once we know what was actually said, then we can kind of know what's going on in the videos. I kind of feel like we should just rock out to the transcripts. We're going to just finish the transcripts. Then we'll go see what Mel talking about, see what Trap Lord Ross talking about, see what Setting Nash talking about. Yeah, we're going to finish out the transcripts. And that'll give me time to be a blogger real quick and do some other shit. So, yeah, we're going to just finish out, y'all.
Is out of the courtroom. Several things have been raised which we can discuss when the trial is done. Is there anything that needs to be discussed immediately before we resume, Mr. Hester, Mr. Still, Mr. O'Connell? Mr. O'Connell, may I have a moment, Your Honor? All right. From the government? No, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to just make a record on the court's previous ruling regarding Mr. Stills. Basically, the first line across, the witness had testified. The court, we can deal with that afterwards. We don't need to deal with it now, especially if it's going to involve bringing the family members. So I specifically said, is there anything we need to deal with right now? I don't see that as something we need to deal with right now. You can make your record anytime. Is there anything we need to deal with right now? That's it for me. All right. And then court will be in recess. The court, while we get the jury, if counsel could approach very briefly on one specific point. Mr. Yanello, does the government agree with the implicit assertion of the defense that $650,000, whatever the thing is, was being used for drugs and was not related to anything else? No, we think it was related to putting money on the streets, especially violence. Also, drugs were a portion of that. He was very clear. He was explicit in the voice message and also the text message that sliders were part of that. Okay, fine. All right, thank you. Mr. Still just played a clip, and we believe there's a portion of recording that should be played for the rule of completeness purpose. Mr. Weiner, to put it another way, if I could speak, I know it's not my witness. Mr. Still impeached on whatever there was. He knew that there was a number on Quando Rondo's head later in that interview. So the question was, do you know how much was on Quando Rondo's head? No. Like, what are they talking about? the court. You can bring this out and redirect, but we aren't going to immediately try to correct things. So otherwise, there would be an endless number of sidebars, and then you can bring that out in your recross. You know, I don't know. I don't care. What I'm saying is you both will have a chance to make your arguments, but it's going to be back when it's with the government. Understood. Thank you. The jury returned to the courtroom. Court. All 15 members of the jury are here. Mr. Hester is on the stand, still under oath. Mr. Steele, you may proceed. Mr. Steele. Thank you, sir. By Mr. Steele. So I want to talk about the killing of Mr. Davon Bennett, as you discussed with the authorities on May 24th of 2023. Who is Slutty? And I don't need a real name, but just to you, who is Slutty? T-Roy's brother. One more time. T-Roy brother. Who is it to you, though? Who is T-Roy? Tell the jurors who this person is. Just BDs, black disciples, but I knew Slutty, though. What was your relationship like at that time? I guess until that time with Slutty. It was cool. You were friends with him? Yeah. I mean, we didn't communicate when I was in jail, but I knew him. You were close with him. How about that? Yeah. Okay. And when you were close with him, like you explained, some people don't, they just kind of left you. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you went to custody, you lost touch with certain people, true? A lot of people, yeah. And he was one of the people that you were close with. But when you went to custody, you were not in much contact. Yeah, true. But he still is one of your close friends. Fair to say? He cool, for sure. And when Slutty was killed during the indictment, you could have seen the video, you said, of this indictment, of the killing, right? Yeah, but I didn't see. I don't believe I seen that part. I seen, like, when I saw the video, to be 100%, I was really showing the video to show that it was DJ Bands, not DJ Vance, was there. He don't say done. So she kind of messed that part up. I remember this specifically. That is the specific reason why I was showing the video. But from that murder of Davon Bennett, Slutty was also murdered. Fair to say? Is that true? Yeah, that is. I was told. Say it again. I said, yeah, that's what I was told. And that is how you felt. I mean, you relied on other people. That is your belief, right? Uh-huh. You have to say yes or no. Yes. And you hold that fault. If there is a fault, I don't know that is the right word, but Quando Rondo, in this case, Lil Tim, I mean, he pulled out the weapon, right? He started the gunfire, right? True? True. Okay, now you said to the jurors, and I think you even pointed at some of the jurors, if you have a problem with somebody, then you might murder them. If you don't have a problem with somebody, then you feel bad if you do murder them. You remember something like that? Right. And in this case, you did have a problem with Slutty's murder. Fair to say? Did I have a problem with him dying? Yeah. A problem with him dying? Yeah, obviously. Yeah. And you held that belief that either Timothy Leaks or Lil Tim or Quando Rondo, they are responsible not only for Davon Bennett's death, but also for the other death. If not for them, no one dies, right? You could put it that way, but that ain't how I look at it. Okay. Now, if we did not have this interview recorded, would you agree with me that all we would have is your word that you met in a studio in Atlanta, Georgia with Durk, and he said, kill Quando Rondo, you'll be straight for life, whatever the words are, $1 million, $500,000, true? True. And we would only have your word, true, right? Yeah. But here, because we have the recording, we know what you told the detectives, that there was no money that you heard upon discussion with Durk on Quando Rondo, right? Yeah, but it was more to it than that. You just play what you want to. Okay, and you told the detective they didn't rush you or anything, did they? No, they ain't rushed me. But my mind was all over the place. I mean, it's something new. It's something that I've been against. So my mind was all over the place. Well, this is 50 minutes into the interview. You realize that? I mean, it's time on the recording. Yeah, but what time got to do with it? And when you answer, you never spoke with Durk about Davon Bennett or King Von's death. You heard that, right? Right. Yeah. And you also heard that you never spoke with Durk about what you told the jury, that there's $1.5 million, anything about a studio that never came up, right? And you did bring up, I think you brought it up, that Slutty was tragically murdered too. Yeah. And I mean, and that meant something to you. And it still does, right? Slutty, yeah, he was cool, yeah. All right. Now, do you realize that you had approximately, it may just be under, but you used to be 31-minute meetings with the government, but you have been meeting with them more recently, right? 31. You haven't met with the prosecutors and agents last week? Yeah, but I said 31. Like you said 31 times? Yeah, I could give you the dates if you want. I didn't know it was that many. I mean, I wasn't keeping count, but yeah, okay. That's fine. That's a lot of times, though, isn't it? To meet with authorities. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know what a lot is. Yeah, that is a lot. One time is a lot. Okay. And we have only recordings for 3. Do you realize that? Do you know that you were being recorded 3 times? How am I going to realize that? How? Well, there was a record in front of you. Did they tell you? I'm just asking if you knew. I ain't. Oh, no. That's fine. I don't remember. But this was really the first time, the biggest time, the meeting, this meeting. This is the biggest meeting, fair to say? It's 4 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. I'm in jail. Like, I'm not able to watch time or nothing. I'm not. And you have been meeting with prosecutors to get ready for this meeting. And by that, I mean, I know you said you don't know the dates, but you remember meeting with them on May 3rd, May 4th, May 5th, May 10th. That is 4 meetings before they record their meeting about 2 weeks later on May 24th, 2023. Fair to say? Yeah. And you knew that meeting was going to happen that day. It wasn't a surprise to you, right? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. And you look forward to that meeting. I mean, we could play more, but we heard the beginning of it. You're saying, yeah, I signed the agreement. I'm going to be charged in this case. I mean, you knew what was going on, right? Yeah. And you cooperated and told them, according to you, you told them everything you knew. That was your job that day, right? About LA murder, right? Yeah, to get them what I could think of at the time. Yeah. But you don't really have to think. I'm not saying you don't have to think. Let me rephrase that. The truth should just come out to a person. Would you agree with that? It depends on the situation. Okay. Now, the meetings leading up to the recorded meeting, we have no idea what you said, except if you want to tell us or the agents, right? Okay. So it's your word again. True? True. And as important of what was said, we don't know. When I say we, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we don't know like context. And if you don't know what I mean by that, I'm going to restate it. I don't mean to use that word. That's an odd word. I don't know what that word means. Okay. We don't know the context of the conversation, right? Right. Like if you were to say to me, hey, did you see that plane in the air? That plane must be important and you must have seen it because it has flashing lights and big sound. I know you're telling me basically, okay, there's a plane in the air with flashing lights and big sound, right? Right. But that is a lot different than did you observe anything significant a minute ago, right? Right. Because that comes from you versus comes from somebody else. True? True. And here, you knew that police were interested in Dirk Banks at the time of the meeting with them. True? The police that I was meeting with? Yeah, yeah. On this case, more of they just want to know what happened. I ain't gonna say they was necessarily in like it's all about him. They just wanted to know what happened. But they told you. You told them. You discussed they're interested in Dirk Banks. True? Okay, sir. I can't hear you. I said okay. Yes? True. Yes. Okay. We don't have any of the way that the evolved. When I say that evolved, those communications or conversations evolved in earlier discussions about Dirk on May 3rd, May 4th, 5th, or 10th. But we do have the 23rd, right? Okay. Okay. Now, on the 23rd, it's the 24th. I apologize. May 24th. On that date, I'm going to go to the next topic. Okay. So if I leave anything out where you are telling the jury that Dirk had anything to do with this murder, okay, I just want you to just try to help the jurors and say, hey, you didn't ask me about this. Okay. But I'm going to, and if I didn't do it fully, I'm going to try to, I'm not trying to confuse you. We're moving from before the 18th of August, 2022. This supposed meeting in Atlanta studio. Dirk Banks says $1 million straight for life or whatever. Okay, we covered that, right? Fair? As of right now, yeah. You can cover what you want and put it out there, yeah. So all of this is your word that meeting in Atlanta, Georgia occurred, true? True. Right? Right. Okay, I'm going to go to the next part that I see you talked about Dirk being involved. And it's the morning hours. It's about 6:40 in the morning. You're in Chicago, Illinois, right? Thursday, August 18, 2022. This is going to be the day of the plane flight to San Diego. Okay. You're in Chicago on that morning. Okay. Is that true? Do you remember that? Yeah. Lock it on that. And what you say is that you get a phone call out of the blue. And by out of the blue, you know what I mean by that. Yeah. It was not expected. Right. And it's from Antonio Jones. You know him, or I think the jurors may also know him as Booney Mo, right? Yeah. And you are surprised he's calling you, but you guys don't get along, but you speak, right? Is it okay for him to call you? True. You say we don't get along. Yeah. We was perfectly fine there. Okay, at some point you don't get along. Yeah, later on. Okay. Well, let's talk about Thursday, August 18th, 2022, okay? Okay. It's going to be the day of the fight to San Diego. And it's your testimony to this jury that this call comes out of the blue from Antonio Jones or Booney Mo, right? Yeah. And that on this call, you told the jury that Durk was on either another phone or somehow you believe his voice. You're not saying he was there, but his voice could be heard through the connection you had with Antonio Jones or Booney Mo. Yeah. Is it fair to say? Yes. And what he said was there was nothing about a crime or murder. It was just, we need you to go to California, basically. Los Angeles, maybe, but California. Right. True. You are available, right? Right. And that was pretty much the conversation. Right. And you explain that you remember that conversation so well, and there are two other people in the car with you, a moving car with you at the time of getting that call out of the blue from Antonio Jones or Booney Mo. Do you remember that? I remember my baby mama being in the car. I remember something had to do with my son, like we was getting ready to drop him off, something like that. So I don't need names of schools or a practice field. I don't need any of that. But I want to talk to you about your wife and your child, okay? Your son. And I'm limited to that day we are talking about, Thursday, August 18th, 2022, okay? It's about 6:40 in the morning. If you don't remember any of this, just say, I don't recall. But you're driving with your wife and your son, fair? At 6 in the morning? The same day of the plane flight to San Diego, that morning. Do you remember? No. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to think of the time. I don't know the time. I don't know what time it was. Well, how about this? We don't need the time as much as that is when you get the call. They're phone records, okay? Okay. Okay. You understand what I mean by phone records? Yeah. Okay. And you have been shown your phone records in this case? No. The police and the agents never showed them to you? The U.S. Attorney's Office? No. Okay. But you were driving. Or who was driving the car? She was. Okay. You are a passenger. Right. And your wife is going to be down the road. Uh-huh. And where were you, if you remember, with your wife and son before getting in the car? Your wife was driving when eventually you called, when the call comes in? Maybe my baby mama's crib. I'm not sure. Okay, but so someone's house. Were you wherever you were sleeping the night before? Yeah. True? Is that true? Yeah. Okay. Could be. And then how far away in August of 2022 is your son's school? Don't mention. You can mention it if you want, but I'm not asking you for the name of the school. How far is it? Yeah. How long does it take to get there? How many miles? How many minutes, etc.? I never counted it, sir. Do you have any idea? Depending on where I'm coming from, I don't. And when you get this call, your wife is in the car. Yeah. Your son is in the car. Yeah. On speakerphone. Yeah. The phone was, yeah. So if this call came in, your wife and your son would have heard Durk's voice, true? If my son was in the car, but yeah. Okay. Do you have any knowledge that the authorities you spoke with your wife to ask her, hey, did you hear this phone call in Durk's voice? No, I don't. Right. That didn't happen, right? I never asked her. Well, how do you not ask her? So you are not cooperating with police, correct? Right. And when I say the police, I'm including the whole prosecution team. Okay. You understand that? Yeah. I hope. Okay. And it's important to you for the authorities to believe you so you can go home. True? Yeah. And you ask authorities or you tell them my wife was in the car with my son. You realize that. Okay. And no one goes out and asks your wife if she heard this call. You realize that. I didn't know that until now. That is not my job. Well, you speak with your wife all the time, don't you? Yeah. Yes, you said? Yeah. Okay. And is it kind of your job because you want to be believed, right? Yeah. But now I'm going to tell them how to do their job. Now, when this call comes in from Booney Mo or Antonio Jones out of the blue, would you remember his phone number if it's shown to you at the time? Maybe. Let me see. Okay. Because I ain't good with numbers. Well, let's just see. Mr. Still, Your Honor, may I have a moment? The court, you may. Mr. Still, Your Honor, it may not be in the binder in front of Mr. Hester. We're going to show a document to the prosecutors. Can I use it? Thank you. What number is this? Your Honor, may I approach the court? You may. The clerk, would you like to see this first, Your Honor? Sure. Do you recognize the numbers, your number and Antonio Jones, Booney Mo? Yeah. Okay. Now, don't look at it unless the judge allows you. Okay? Because you're using it to, it's called refresh your recollection. Okay? But if you need to see it, just say, I need to look at the document. First of all, let me raise you expressed an issue on this, Mr. Hester. Is it the number that you, I'm sure you know your own number, but the number that was on there, do you recognize it as being Booney Mo's number? Oh, yeah. It is. Haven't seen that. One of them. Yeah, that is right. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Still. Can you do me a courtesy? Can you just state, we don't need the whole number, just the last 4 digits of that phone number that you recognize as Mr. Antonio Jones or Booney Mo, please? 8666. That's a crazy number, bro. Okay, and do the same for your number. Just last 4 numbers at the time. 7450. I'm going to repeat it just to make sure I heard you. 7450. Is that fair? Yeah. And by looking at that document, that is the date we're talking about. True, August 18th, 2022? Okay. True? Yeah. Okay. Now, if you need the document to refresh your memory, please look at it. But when Booney Mo's number, the 8666 number, calls you that day, that was immediately after you had called him twice, just a short time before. You see that? Okay. I don't remember that, but okay. So it's not when you called him, it's no, you realize that. Where this paper say that at. You see the time? Okay. So it's not like this call comes out of the blue because you had just tried that number that belongs to Booney Mo, according to records. Fair? Yeah. Excuse me. So can you explain to the jury why you said it came out of the blue? When I said it came out of the blue, because for one, I don't remember calling him. And two, why was it out of the blue is because the conversation when he called me back, it was out of the blue for that to be like, so out of the blue is that? Court, Mr. Still, excuse me, Mr. Still, the witness is finishing his answer. I apologize. Would you repeat to end your answer, Mr. Hester? I want to make sure the jury heard it. Like me saying, like out of the blue, like I said, I don't remember calling his phone. Obviously I did, but him calling me and out the blue, like said, I got to go somewhere. That is, I mean, but you could put it on how you want to put it and take it how you want to take it. But it is out of the blue for me. I want to ask you the day before, I want to ask you some questions and we'll show the phone records if need be. But I want to talk to you about a different person for a minute. And then we're going to come back to this conversation. Okay. On this date, on this morning on the 18th of August, 2022, William McCone, you know that name. That's my cousin. Okay. And you're close with William. Or were you close with him? True. Yeah. And you knew him as, you knew him as Mr. William McCone, but he also was called Chris. Chris, yeah. True. And did you introduce earlier to the jurors you would commit crimes with him? Yeah. I mean, serious crime. Is that true? Yeah. I couldn't hear you. I said, yes, we have. He's a violent person as well. Yeah. He tried to be like you or try to be like him or the equivalent, but both are violent. True. We weren't trying to be like each other. I mean, that's just how you all are, right? True. And you called William or Chris, rather, the day before on the 17th of August, 2022. Do you remember doing that? No. Do you remember calling him about you have Quando Rondo's location? Do you remember that at all? No. Okay. And did you get direct messages with people sending you? I'm not saying Durk. People sending you Quando Rondo's location, true? Yeah, somebody sent it to me before. Yeah, you. The court. Excuse me, counsel? On August 18th or the August 17th or the 18th? Or when are we talking about? Before, Your Honor. Before what? Before the 18th? Yes, it was a different occasion, but yes. True? Is that true? That somebody sent me his location before? Yeah. Yes. And they sent you that location because you wanted to hunt him down too, true? No, I didn't ask for it. but they sent it to me. But why would somebody you're in prison is a random person? Let me ask you this question, and I'll be quiet. I will not stop you from answering ever. But let me just finish the question, okay? You testified before the jury that this killing of Slatty, maybe you didn't say that. Let me change it. Over of Davon Bennett, King Von, was meaningless to you. That is my word. I'm kind of being bottom line here, but it didn't matter to you. He wasn't important to you, right? Right. You said that, right? Right. But Slatty was important to you. Slutty, yeah. What did I say? Slatty? Slutty, right? Right. And you can explain why on your phone in direct messages you get the location for Quando Rondo. Can I explain why I got it? Yeah, I want you to. I remember as a girl, she said she had it. She sent it. Then I think I started asking what's her name and stuff like that. But it was actually random. Like it wasn't with Quando Rondo at. It was just there. Ain't no way for me to explain it. It was just random. So are you telling this jury that some random person just happened to send you Quando Rondo's location, even though you are not hunting him? It all happens all the time. Other people.
All right, pause for a second. So we just got clarity, okay? OTF Jam is saying that a random female, just sent him the address for Quando Rondo. He didn't say nothing about this female being no weed supplier. He didn't say the female was India Love. He didn't say none of that. He clearly just said a random female hit him up and sent the address. Now that is crazy, to do that just out the blue. But again, it's still not. And they say he was in jail at the time. So obviously, what is flying? Obviously, this had no importance to the actual murder of Little Pab because OTF Jam was locked up. When they say he got out in was it February or something of 2022? So getting the location, 8-9 months in advance is not going to help with the alleged murder for hire. So it's two separate situations. However, I will say it does highlight the fact that possibly the defense can paint that OTF Jam did have his own reason to why he wanted to per se go track down Quando Rondo and others because of the death of Slutty. Okay. But we just got it clarified that OTF Jam received the location from a female when he was still locked up. Ain't that crazy?
Even told me it happened to them too. Now I'm going back to William McCone or Chris, rather. Okay. Okay. So you deny speaking with Chris, as this honorable court said, the day before August 17th. It's a Wednesday, 2022, about going to kill or murder Quando Rondo. Did I talk to Chris about this? Yeah. From getting that location? How about this? We'll make it simple. About killing Quando Rondo. That's my question. Honestly, I don't remember. Later in the day, you spoke with Jason Smith. You testified that to the jury. Do you remember that? Uh-huh. You're going to have to say yes because of the court reporter. Yes. Yes. And Jason Smith, works for Durk, right? Right. And he works with or cuz Bonnie or Mr. Grant. True. Work with him. Yeah, however you want to. You describe it. I don't know their relationship. They work in relationship. I know. You know that they work together in some form of fashion with Durk or for Durk. True. Well, true. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And you have no one else but Booney Mo. You're not alleging Durk. You gave this violent man like Chris William McCone's information to get a plane ticket with you to San Diego, California. Well, to Los Angeles, California, right? Yes, I did. Why did you do that? Because Booney said, see if you can get Crazy Man to come with you. You never said that before. I never said that before? No. Even if I didn't say it, I'm telling you that's how it came about. We have to believe you, though, right, Mr. Esther? Yes. And Mr. Esther, you chose one of the most violent people on the face of the earth to say you and he are going to California. And you tell the jurors that you had no idea you were telling them that you were not looking to kill Quando Rondo. That's what you're telling them? No. And nobody explained that to me. You're going to pick up a gun and you're going to participate in no murder. No, it didn't happen like that. You just happened to pick your cousin, your I don't know what to call him, because he brought him up. Booney Mo brought him up. I want you to do me a favor. If you ever said that in a recording, anytime, I'll play it for you with the honorable court's permission. The prosecutors can play it for you. We will stipulate. If you ever mention anything about Booney Mo, Antonio Jones brought up Chris, you let us know, okay? Yes. Can I respond to that? Is that okay? And sure, you can respond. But is that okay? It's okay. But check this out. You telling me if I ever brought that up in a recording? Yeah. You make it seem like I talk to them people. I say, hey, come with a recording. Put a recording in my face. I don't know what they doing. I don't know their job. I don't know their process. I'm not no police officer. I don't know what they chain of command or the investigation, how they supposed to do it. That's just something I know. I understand that, but I'm just asking you. In a little bit of information we have, the only pure information is that recording, right? I mean, those are your words captured on recording, unless somebody altered it, right? Right. Otherwise, we really don't know what was discussed or how it was discussed. You agree with that, right? I mean, you agree with that, true? True. But is that on me? It is now, Mr. Hester. Okay. All right. All right. So something about your wife hearing dirt. You set up for William McCone and Chris, and I think we showed that, not me, but I think you saw the plane ticket for the 18th for William McCone. That is Chris, right? Correct. Do you remember that? If you don't, that's fine. The jurors have seen information. The court, Mr. Still, please don't tell the jurors what they have seen and not seen. Right. Because I think they only seen Boogie fight. I don't remember seeing Chris fight. They saw Chris information, his name, his birthday. Okay, and he didn't have a driver's license or some ID, so he couldn't make the trip. True? Right. All right. So you don't tell anybody about the fact that you called Chris the day before, that you called Booney Mo twice before he called you back, and you don't have anything but your word that Durk is involved in any conversation. True? True. And your wife, she's not spoken with, as far as you know. True. True. Okay, with regards to that topic, that is the next topic that I wanted to discuss with you. Did we leave anything out? Because all we have is your word that Dirk Banks was a part of that conversation, right? Look, when a situation going on, right? Because I see a picture you trying to paint, and I understand that's what you get paid for. But when somebody is talking to somebody, like there's something that is like you don't expect something, you don't expect yourself to do. You're kind of nervous about doing it. You're not going to sit up there and remember every single thing at the time. When your mind going in a million directions, you're not. But you can finish. But sir, you called Booty Mo shortly before he called you back. It don't matter. I don't even remember that. It's on the records though. Fair to say? I see it. You showed it to me. And isn't the records more reliable than you? Objection, argumentative, sustain. It'll be for the jury to decide what is more important. Do phone records have an incentive or an agenda? Does the phone company have any type of agenda in this case? Do the phone company have an agenda? Yeah. No. They don't care about this case. No agenda. Right. But you care about this case, right? I mean, I'm here. But you have your freedom fine on this case, right? Yeah. But you know, nothing was promised to me. Right. He can still give me life if he want to. Well, I won't comment on that, my position on that. But I'm talking about your consciousness. You want to go home. You got something riding on this, right? Yeah. Now, you said on the recording that we heard when the detective asked, hey, is Quando Rondo or Timothy Leaks or Lil Tim, if you know him as that, they are green lighted. And what would happen if you saw them and you said something, and I believe it's a quote, but if it's not, I'm not trying to misquote, catch one of them, fuck them up. Do you remember hearing that on the recording? Yeah. And that was you at the time before going out to Los Angeles, right? Or San Diego. You know, if you catch one of them, you messed them up. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, true. True. Yeah. I mean, that is what you do, right? True. That is what I have done. That's not what I do, but that is what I have done. Yeah. Have you ever painted a different side of yourself, but believe that to be true? How would anyone believe that? That violence is gone from your body and you? Why would anybody believe that? In your brain. Your Honor, objection to this, sustained. With regards to catch one of them, fuck them up. That means violence, right? Yes, it do. And death, right? Could be, yeah. And that was your mission if you were to run into either of those people, or I guess their friends, right? It was making a comment. It was making a comment about what was understood. That don't mean that was my agenda. None of that. It was an understanding amongst a group. And you were what was going on. And you were, that don't mean that was my agenda. That don't mean that is what I went out looking for on a daily basis. Like this was on my mind. This is what I was going to do. No. But that was on your mind. That was on, and that was on your what you were going to do. Let me reread that. My bad. But that was on your mind. And that was what you were going to do on on 18th of August 2022 and the 19th of August 2022, right? No. So I'm going to move on. But would you agree with me that there is nothing but your word that Dirk Banks was on any call come to California, Los Angeles? No, sorry. So I'm going to move on. But would you agree with me that there is nothing but your word that Dirk Banks was on any call with Booney Mo or Antonio Jones, and you are discussing come out to California, Los Angeles, or San Diego, or whatever? Uh-huh. Am I correct? Yeah. Is it you? It's your mouth, right? Yes, sir. I want to go to the next topic that you put, that your word that you put Dirk in. Now, I'm positive, but if I leave something out, you correct me. You fly out to San Diego, your wife takes you to the airport in Chicago? Uh-huh. Right? Yeah. When you fly, you land in San Diego. Yeah. You're waiting there. You go to a Hooters, and eventually you meet up with, made a phone call with the Hooters. Yeah. I couldn't hear you. Made a phone call with the Hooters. Yeah. And eventually you meet with with Kayvon Grant, right? Who are Vonnie, true? Eventually, yeah. And you were Kayvon Grant by this time in August of 2022, right? Yeah. And you knew how close he was. Like you with Slutty, he was very close with King Von. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. Didn't know that. You never knew that? How am I going to know that if I did 12 years in jail and I didn't know Cuz until I came home? I ain't like he ever talked to me about Von. So how am I going to know that? Well, so your answer is you had no idea of the closeness or not closeness of Vonnie or Cuz or Kayvon Grant and King Von. That is what you're telling the jury. That I know how close they was? Yeah. No, I don't directly know how close they was. No. Okay. All right. Now you're in San Diego and eventually you are in a Sprinter van, I believe that is fair to say. Yeah. I think it's referred to like a party bus, but a Sprinter van, right? Right. And you remember telling the jury that during that ride, you see Dirk on a FaceTime call? Yeah. And there's a discussion about there are Navy SEALs in the Sprinter van with you, right? Yeah. And you and Dirk speak while he's supposedly on the FaceTime call, correct? Yes. And you throw, I don't know if this is the right word, but you were displaying a gang sign. That's what you told the jurors, right? Yeah, I threw down the race to him. One more time. Yeah, I threw down the race to him like I always do. And Dirk supposedly say something like crazy guy or crazy man or something like that. No, Didi said that. He go crazy, man. Okay, but your position is Dirk now is a part of that. He's on FaceTime, but he's part of that ride for a short period of time. That is your position. He's on FaceTime during that ride a Sprinter van. Yeah. Okay. Now, it's going to be the same ask. If you want to do it, and I would encourage it. Listen to the May 24th, 2023 interview again, or for the first time, and come back and tell the jurors where you ever say that about a Navy SEAL while in the Sprinter van. Okay, okay. But if you left it out, it is important because what you are doing is before the killing, before even getting to Atlanta. Excuse me, that was wrong. Los Angeles. You have Dirk on FaceTime talking about Navy SEALs, right? True. Didi said Navy SEALs, but okay. True. True. So as of now, we have your word today that happened, right? Yeah. Nothing else. Again, it's your mouth, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to move on to the next topic that you put Dirk in. Okay. Is that okay? Yeah. So the time goes by. You wind up in Los Angeles. You are now with a slider or whatever you want to call it, a stolen car. Mm-hmm. It's an Infinity. Do you remember that? If you don't remember it, it's fine. Yeah, I remember that. And a BMW, right? And immediately you go to action and find and kill Hunt Quando Rondo, right? Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. That is the truth, right? Go right into action. I mean, I can't hear you. You say I go right into action. I mean, if that was the case, they would have been killed, right? Then in front of that hotel. I mean, you got to like clarify that a little better because it wasn't right into action. If that was the case, okay. So You are sitting, watching with a gun, ready to put the gun into the direction of Quando Rondo. Pull the trigger as many times as you can and kill somebody or him else, right? No. What else were you doing there? Because listen, like what you said, I jumped right in. Like I was just boom. Like it was just no, because if that was the case when I first saw Quando Rondo, I would have jumped out the car and shot Quando Rondo or whoever else was right there. That is not the case. So how is that jumping right into action? Okay, well, were you prepared? You can say that. Yeah. You agree with that? Yeah. And the reason that participation, I mean that preparation didn't come to fruition, that's a bad word. Didn't happen. And the killing, the murder didn't happen by Quando Rondo is you noticed law enforcement in that area, true? Yeah, me and Didi did. I couldn't hear you. Me and Didi and Cuz, yeah, we did. They kept riding past us. They kept riding past us. You don't want to be held accountable for your murders, true? Did I want to be held accountable? Yeah, you don't want to be caught. You don't want to be incarcerated, right? I gave them the murders they didn't even know about. So I'm talking about this day outside the hotel. The police were there. You didn't want to be caught, right? Arrested? Right. Incarcerated? True. Right. True. Am I correct? True. Okay. And eventually you go to another hotel that Mr. Grant or Vonnie or Cuz secures, right? Right. And you're on the balcony smoking marijuana, right? Yep. Getting ready for the next day. True. Yeah, whatever. Just and during that time that you were in the hotel and you really didn't want to do this, and this is really happening. You see Quando Rondo just moments before in the hotel. You know where he's staying at. You, the minister, the black disciples, don't leave a hotel to go home, right? How am I going to leave a hotel? Well, how was I going to go home? Well, were you penniless? No, but I don't know how to book flights. I don't know how to do none of that. I never did none of that. I went to jail when I was 17. I never booked a flight. I never did none of that. Did you ever think of going to the hotel lobby and asking for help? No, that ain't. Instead, you're going to stay and kill innocent people. Listen to what you just asked me. I would, any random person just go to a hotel lobby and ask them how to book a flight? Like, that is new to me. That really don't even make sense to me. It really don't. So I understand. So instead, you decide you were going to kill an innocent person. I still didn't decide. It ain't like I knew it was still going to happen. It didn't happen that night. Who knew it was going to happen to happen? Who knew it was going to happen, period? Yeah, so I was still there. You could say that. Well, you are there to murder. But did you hear what I just said? We saw Quando Rondo, right? It didn't happen. So how do I know 100% guarantee that it's going to happen? But you were there preparing for murder, right? Yeah. Now, the next morning, you and Kayvon Grant are out driving around in the BMW, true? Me and just him? Whomever, he's in the BMW, you are with him, right? Yeah. And you spend the next several hours from morning until 5:30 in the afternoon. That's a long time. That's a full day. You realize that? Yeah. And your sole objective, your sole purpose, your mission is what I said, was to kill a human being or human beings. You realize that? Yeah. And you follow, like by cell phones, we're going to this location. We're driving on this street. Follow this. That is what's going on, right? Yeah. And eventually it was time to strike. And we see you with a gun in your hand, right? Right. Yes. And you extend your hand, you point it at human beings inside a vehicle or whatever, right? Yes. No one made you pull the trigger, did they? No. You decided you were going to kill another person unjustifiably or people, right? Shoot. I ain't know nobody was going to get killed. You don't know back in there, like I walked up on him, I put the gun to his head and blew his brains out. But you have done that before. Yeah. Right? But you wouldn't know about that if I wouldn't have told it. But you did that before. Think about what you have done in your life. Man, I admitted it. Your Honor, objection 4-3 at this point. Sustained. No one decided to pull the trigger of that firearm but you, right? Right. And the truth is, you really didn't even know what you were firing at. You don't know who was in that car. That's true. But you didn't know if there was going to be a ricochet or some older person, middle-aged person, or young person was going to be struck. You don't know this, do you? No. Because once the bullet leaves the muzzle of the firearm, it can hit anything. I know that. Yeah. Bullets don't have eyes, right? Don't got no names. Don't got no eyes. Yeah. But you decide that this is a good idea? I didn't think it was a good idea, but I did it. Well, you didn't think it was a bad idea because you did it. If that is how you want to put it. All these opportunities you had not to kill. Uh-huh. You said, I'm going to kill every time. You realize that. I mean, hey, look, my real opinion is you have your opinion. Like I said before, you don't stop nobody from doing what they want to do. You could have put it you could have put it how you want to put it. But I feel if I would have tried to walk away or stop what they had going on, they could probably be on trial for murder. Like this could happen. This was truly not to pay attention to it. That's cool. You get paid to do this, so I understand. But why is it okay that you kill someone else, but you get to live? Why is it okay? I'll kill this innocent person, but I'm going to live. I think it's the witness. I never said it was okay. All right. I'm going to get into the matters of philosophy, Mr. Steele. Oh, all right. Yeah. Let's get into the matters of philosophy, Mr. Steele. Just I allow the answer to stand, but ask your next question. You then again don't want to be arrested or incarcerated. So you run back to the vehicle, right? Yeah. And you say, like, yeah, like obvious. What I'm gonna do? Stand there? You said obvious. That to me is obvious. Anybody, I'm not gonna say everybody in this courtroom is violent, but if it was to do something like that, you're not gonna just stand there. So that is obvious. You realize no one does this except you. Okay. You are different, aren't you, Minister? Mr. Minister? I'm different, and I'm Minister. Didi, he a minister too. You then get back to the car, and you are under so much control that when Mr. Houston is speeding down that small alley, you tell him, hey, we got to calm down, right? Yeah, because you are a professional. It's not about being a professional, man. It's like driving like that after something just happened. When you get a distance, you can slow down. You can drive, cool. Don't bring no attention to us. I'm saying, what if the police going that way, that you going to do all that finding, you see that they put attention on you. Like it's not going to be no professional. It's just paying attention to the situation. Your concern is not to be in custody, right? Do you want to be in jail? Because, like, come on, man. No, I don't. And then you claim that the next time you put Durk in the story is Durk now after the killing, he's on FaceTime. He's smiling. He's being told about how many bullets everybody fired. Remember that? That is what you said. And I think you putting two different situations together. If I ain't mistaken. Well, isn't it after the killing that you said Durk is on FaceTime? You talking about with me and him? No, you said you are in the car, but he was smiling. I don't know. Just listen to what you said. If it's not accurate, then that is great. I can't say he was smiling. I don't believe I said he was smiling. Okay, well, let's start here. Just because maybe I misunderstood you. Are you saying that Durk wasn't on FaceTime after the killing when you were going to In-N-Out Burger or In-N-Out restaurant? That is my question. Was he on FaceTime at one point in time? Not at one point in time. I'm talking about after you killed. Listen, hold on. After you kill innocent people or person, did you testify or just tell? Or just tell what you say was on Durk on FaceTime talking about how many rounds were fired? That is my question. If the answer is no, it didn't happen, that's fine. That did happen. But you putting two situations together because you said In-N-Out Burger when we was at In-N-Out Burger, but you said after the shooting? After the shooting. Listen, it was multiple steps after the shooting. Tell us. It was multiple steps, like us getting out of one car, then getting in another car with Duty in them. It's really Didi in them. Was blood on the phone then? Yes. So that is what I'm talking about. Okay, but you just said no. After the shooting at In-N-Out Burger, that's what you said. So your testimony is it's not the In-N-Out restaurant, but it's while you were getting rid of the guns and the clothing. Is that what I hear? Listen, after the shooting, we drove to a place. We got rid of the guns and stuff at one place was at. We went to the corner and got in the car with Cuz and them. When we was in the car at the time, that was when Durk was on the phone. Okay. And he was on the phone another time in the In-N-Out Burger. But yes, that is when, yeah. Okay. We're going to talk about both times then. Okay. Okay. Let's start with after you dispose of your gun and clothing in the garbage can, lift up the garbage can and throw away a gun. You're with Kayvon Grant in the BMW. And you say Durk is on the phone. That is your statement. I'm with Grant, Didi, Boogie, Faka, Lindsay. It was multiple of us. It wasn't just me and him. Okay, and your testimony is that Dirk is on the phone? That is what you're that's what I'm asking you. Yes. Okay. Do you have anything but your word that occurred with Dirk? No. Now, I want to go where I thought we were, but I appreciate you correcting me. The In and Out restaurant. Okay. Did you say something similar that again, Dirk is somehow on a call or a FaceTime? I'm not, however, you want to frame it. Okay. And you saw him and interacted with him or you spoke with him. That I interacted with him? Yeah. You saw him. You were there doing your gang sign, whatever you were doing. I never said I threw no gang sign up to him at him. That no, I didn't. Okay, well, whatever you said. Is there any proof besides your word that that happened? No, not unless we got the feds had one of them phones tapped. I mean, no. Well, that would be great. It would, I swear. Yeah. All right. Eventually, you go to In and Out. You are afraid that there is a police officer walking out nearby. Yeah. But then you escape and cowardly go back to Chicago, right? Mr. Morris, Your Honor, I would object in the court. The objection as to cowardly is to say, Mr. Still, please ask the question. You go back to Chicago. Yeah, I like the way you said it the first time. Yeah. Cowardly, right? Yeah. Yeah, because you are a coward. Uh-huh. The only time that you think you have respect is when you are putting a gun in somebody's face, right? No. I done beat a lot of people up too. But yeah, that's the only way you get self-esteem. No. By hurting people, killing people. That is not true. That is true, isn't it? No. When you go home, I'm getting on to the next topic. I've covered every topic that you mentioned, Dirk, so far, correct? Come on. Yes? Yeah. But then you go home to Chicago, and it's your claim that the next day, so you are home on the 19th, going into whatever time you get back home. But it's now the 20th of August, 2022, and it's a Saturday, and it's your testimony that you get Dirk on the phone again. Remember that? Yep. And are you upset at him? Remember telling the jury that? Yeah, I was feeling a type of way. Yeah. Because it was sloppy, right? Yeah. And by sloppy, you were saying, look, I don't want to go to prison when I kill. It's got to be done to perfection. That's what you're saying, right? That is not what I'm saying, but well, you were saying what was sloppy. It was more to it than sloppy. For one, the conversation started like, why out of anybody after you knowing I just did all that time, why would you call me? You could have called 100 other people. So that is how the conversation started for me. Okay. So, and stop putting it on your way. All of this, though, this supposed conversation the next day about the sloppiness, about being mad, put upon, all this is based on your word. True? True. Nothing else in the world but your mouth, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. Now, do you deny when you went back to Chicago in your, what do you think is your community? Were you boasting about what you just did in Los Angeles? I was boasting, bragging, cheering, taking victory. No. Did you say you were going back for Quando Rondo? It was great, but yeah, you're going back for Quando Rondo. Did you tell people that? No, man, no. No, sir. You deny that. Do you deny that? Yes. You weren't celebrating. Man, wasn't no celebration. Popping bottles, smoking weed. Wasn't no celebration. No. Did you ever tell people your nickname is Jam, right? Did I ever tell people that? Yeah, that your nickname is Jam, right? Everybody know my nickname is Jam. That is the only name I really go by. And your twin sister's name, your mother called her Jelly, right? Yeah. Did you tell people that Jam stood for just another murder? I ain't never even heard of that. But if I was younger, I probably would have used that. But no, I would have never heard that before. You deny that? Yes. Okay. Crazy. I just went through what I believe is every topic where you mentioned Dirk Banks involved in that trial in front of this jury. The killing of Mr. Robinson, the stalking. Am I correct? And if you think of something else, just say, no, you didn't ask me about this. Right now, I can't think of nothing else. So as of right now, yeah. And you would agree with me that every time that you put Dirk Banks involved in your crime is based on your word alone. No, there's other people who have stuff to say too. They'll be up here after me. All right, let's talk about those people. When you say these people will be up here after you're talking about two people specifically. Is that fair to say? However many, yeah. I couldn't hear you. Yeah. And one of them is the person we have been speaking about, Kayvon Grant, right? Cuz. Yep. And the other person is Mr. Jones. Yep. Or Flocka. You call him Flocka too, right? Yeah. And Flocka, you go way back to 2000. Is it fair to say 2007, 8, 9, something like that? Does that sound right? And if I'm wrong, just tell me. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you because you saying it way back, like we met each other in jail. What year approximately? I'm not trying to interrupt you. Just tell the jurors, or how old were you? How about that? I don't know. Like, it's kind of a trick question, but I'm gonna answer it though. Maybe like 14, 15, something like that. But you saying we go way back, like we was just homies every day, kicking it with each other. Like, no, we was on the bed with each other in jail. Before we got into some incidents, he got moved to one, and I got moved to another bed. He went his way, I went my way. And I picked up and saw him again when I got out of the prison 15 and 16 years later. So come on, man. You are on good terms with him? I'm on good terms with him. Yes. You like him? You talking about I like him. Man, he cool, but you said I like him. Like, you respected him because he was like you. I respect him. Yeah, he beat people up with you. Is that what you did in jail with him? Yeah, we did that. And I even got into it with him once in jail too, but I couldn't hear you. I even got into it with him once too. This is how we really got cool. And you were also on terms with him around August of 2022 before the fight to San Diego, right? Have you seen him? On good terms. Like, once you are out of custody, have you seen him? Yeah. You are in communication? Okay, he's one of the two people you're referring to. You said there will be others, but there's three. You you said I'm the only one that is putting him in this, Dirk in this, or in this situation. I'm just telling you I'm not. I understand. Mr. Jones, you are teaming up with Mr. Jones, Keith, or Flocka. I'm teaming up. Yeah. Man, I ain't you make it seem like we just sat down and planned something like he talked to them and he talked to them. I talked to them, I talked to them. Ain't no teaming up. Like it is what it is. But your stories, if what's truthful, should be consistent. Would you agree with that? What he tells us? I'm going to object to court. The jury has already heard my preliminary instruction. It is for them to determine. And I stated that differences were not in or themselves a bias to disbelieve a witness testimony, but it was something that they could consider. So, action next question, Mr. Steele. And or is this a good time for break today? This is a fine time for our break.
All right, y'all. We did that. We got through day 2 of OTF Jam's testimony. It's a lot that came out in that. Jeez, a lot. I've been clipping as we went. I think the highlight that came from what I got from the testimony from day 2 with the defense cross, for one, that one of the murders that OTF Jam played out to was somebody by the name of Lil D. So it's not even it's so it again, I'm gonna say this. I just don't get it. Cause how is OTF Jam saying he want a date? But bro, you got picked up for a gun charge and you didn't want to do the time for the gun, so you don't open Pandora's box and told on murders, right? And now you crying about you just want to outdate. You would have had an outdate if you just was been quiet. Shh. Now, pretty much. How do I feel? I'm gonna say this. Still did a good job. I'm trying to think of the word I would use because I ain't gonna hold you. I don't think, from my point of view, let me put it like this. From my point of view, I don't think they painted him that bad of a witness, though. If anything, they showed that he's a cold-blooded killer for sure. That was already proven. But he do have some inconsistencies, for sure. But another attorney may need to do it. Maybe one of the other defendants' attorney is really going to get in there Because they didn't poke a hole in him for me to be like, yeah, I don't believe what he's saying. I believe what he's saying. And like on some real stuff. Because if you can sit there and say, yeah, I walked up on the dude, shot him, and watch him bleed out, brain matter everywhere. I mean, how can you not believe somebody that's just sitting there saying that? I don't know, man. All right, this is what we're gonna do. I think we're going to get into Trap Lil Rose. A couple things with this Trap Lil Rose video, y'all. This video, you know, Trap Lil Rose is great at long extended videos. And the reason why I don't watch Trap Lil Rose's documentary, especially or breakdown on certain situation, especially if I covered it. So I'm gonna do it this time because Music 101 brought something to my attention. And for those who've been around, y'all remember this notebook, okay? I got my notes in here from when I went to Quando Rondo federal hearing. So I'm gonna cross-reference what I heard at the hearing when they played the audio, the phone taps from his case. I'm gonna listen to what Trap Lil Ross is saying, and we gonna kind of like go from there. So I'm gonna kind of bring my insight to what he's saying, okay? And this is the hearing again from the December of 2023, December 21st, 2023, Quando Rondo hearing. Those are the notes I'm going to use. And then we're going to go from there. But before we get into that, I kind of feel like we should lighten the mood a little bit. Like, that was a lot to listen to. I ain't gonna hold you. That's a lot. I'm trying to think. And I need to step away for a second. So, okay, I'm gonna play. Since we've been talking about OTF Doodle, I'm gonna play me and Doodle vlog real quick. D, what's up? Cause I do need to go use the restroom. Give me a snack real quick, okay? So we gonna play my video real quick so that I can go off camera, and then I will be right back. Y'all stay right here, share the live. Y'all know we gotta keep the comments going, and then I'll be right back. And then by the time we finish this, watch Trap Lil Ross. They should be starting to update in real time, and we are caught up. Because remember, OTF Vonnie is supposed to take the stand today, okay? So I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. You know. Oh, that's the funeral home. I might say I know the funeral home is close by. Oh, there you go. There go Hicksville.
And they making it better. You see all that in the back of their building?
Oh, that whole thing.
Yeah. You see, it's gonna be a museum. It's a museum expansion.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Mickey Truth. Listen, I am in Detroit, Michigan, okay, for the Free Dirt Show tonight. However, before I left South Carolina, I had to get me a shirt done, and it's only one place that Mickey Truth goes to. Any Mickey Truth logo you done seen came from too many colors. So listen, he set me up good. You see that front? Y'all see the biggies, as always, but wait till the back. I gave him the idea of what the show was. Y'all see it, Free Dirt. So make sure you tap in with too many colors. You can even be in Detroit and tap in with him because he definitely delivers, mail it, whatever. However, he gonna get it to you. Tap in with too many colors. Canada, right there, right behind me. All right, let me go. All right, y'all, got to be quick, okay? Because they shutting down the park, okay? It's dark up here, but yeah, we just out here seeing the sights, okay? Y'all see my shirt, okay? Yeah. But yeah, it's can't go too far downhill. But yeah, enjoying the city of Detroit. You know, it's the whole. I'm out here with my aunt and my uncle. About to link up with Doodle in a minute. So basically, my back is to Canada. Hold on. No, that's Canada over there. Yeah, that's Canada. So I'm walking away from Canada. But I'm in Detroit though. I didn't realize how close they was for real. But y'all see my shirt? Yeah. Yeah, so I know my aunt and them like, where's she moving? So yeah, enjoying, Detroit, you feel me? Outside. I'm upset at Doodle. He got a nerve to say he need a nap. Bruh, if you don't wake up and like it is on Friday night, you talking about you need a nap. Like, what is wrong with this man? Like, old people. Oh, my aunt got us about to have whiplash in this car. Like, what in the world? It's like a roller coaster ride. We in Hollywood or Greektown. Oh, Hollywood Casino. Getting on the elevator. Enjoying some nightlife in Detroit. The show is about to be in a few. And then that's what we got. We're on the sidewalk, literally, but outside the Hollywood Casino. See, literally, the sidewalk. Casino time. And you said this is called Hollywood Casino, right? Hollywood. Now y'all know at heart. Y'all know I'm a gambler. So y'all don't tell Doodle. I can take a picture of you over there by that. Okay. Y'all don't tell Doodle I'm at the casino. Tell him I'm actually in the lobby waiting on him, okay? Keep this between us. All right. Did we find Doodle or not? Because at this point, he played too much. So we're going to see. Did we find him or no? I think we found him. What's up? Yeah. Look, I'm tired. He had me riding in circles.
A bald head ass follow me all the way out here.
All the way. Last time though, no schedule about yourself.
You have a schedule, people get you.
You don't even know what that is.
She said go down, right? Go what? Like I said, do it and go fun. Hold what? What you mean? The bus.
Deep as hell. Okay, we on the way in there now. Free Durk concert, Detroit, Michigan, Pretty Low, Mickey Cruz. We are on the way in. Right here.
had to blow. That boy was thinking, but he won't do that no more. I leave him thinking it's that super, it's that low. We young and traffickers just being duty love. Free smirk, nigga, rest in peace, fine, nigga, rest in peace, Watts. I swear to God, I don't feel him, nigga. I swear to God, if I see him, I'ma kill him, nigga. I swear to God, gotta switch on me. He ain't run, he ain't slide, he ain't no motherfucking big homie.
It's about to get real. They put a tab on it, okay, but I'm a working pussy all right on tail. You know it's me. I'm about to go. Did you see the bill? Just in the channel, what the fuck you in your shit? You only need 3 strokes. Don't try to get back in here. I'm a working pussy all right on tail. You know it's big pussy, bitch. You see the bill? Just in the channel, what the fuck you in your shit? You only need 3 strokes. Don't try to test my man. Every time I got left, I turn right. This a big old long on the hit all night. He pull up in the family, he don't really do right. He fuck me with his jewelry, he don't really do like he don't hurt on his I met that nigga downtown and fell in love the same night. He told me on the rocks, I told me I just I swear I don't want to step on y'all feet. No, when I say it was so crowded at this show, like the club wasn't per se small, but it was just so congested at this show. It was stressing me out. Okay. And it was like where I'm coming from at this point basically is the VIP area. Like it's basically where Duty Low was at. But I wasn't trying to go. Like when he went to perform, it was a swarm of people. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Y'all know other shows I like to be on the stage, but I was not trying to do that. Duty, I'm up there by myself. I'm up there by myself. Huh? No, to the bar. And then in this moment now, I don't know nobody else, right? Like the people that was there, I don't know who they are. Okay. Like, you know, and his daughter, it was his daughter's birthday. His daughter was on the stage with him too. So I'm just up there around people I don't even know. Dude think he's somebody's daddy, first and foremost, because he talking about I got a bottle coming to the section or to the area, like go back up there. I'm like, bro, I don't want to be up there. I went back though. But I'm like, it was just a lot going on. I ain't gonna hold you. It's almost over, and then we're gonna get into the Trap Lil Ross video. Shout out to the security guard, okay? Because that's who got me back up there. Y'all seen how I had to fight for my life to get down from the VIP, right? So he basically let me hold his arm to get through the crowd because it was a lot going on. But shout out to that security, okay? Because since then, every nightclub I go to or whatever, if you ain't got security, like I think it's called Priva in Detroit, I ain't coming because they got me up there smoothly. Y'all see, I ain't had to struggle like I had to struggle when I was coming down. Hold this shirt.
Hey yo, happy birthday, my nigga. So in this bitch.
His whole section.
Happy birthday, my nigga. Okay, now.
They got a pet.
Keep going, man. Yo, shout out to Priva for having this, man. Shout out Mr. Truth, man. She go all the way to come support. You know that's my baby. Holly ride.
That's my new rapper baby.
Somebody dropped the block.
Came all the way to freaking Detroit, falling behind Doodle.
Everybody.
What you about to do now?
Y'all gotta go back to the light, dude. I can't even say it on camera.
Give me a hug. I'm about to go, man.
Man, the hunt is over with. She found me. I tried to get away. She still got it in. She kicked the club in.
Get away,
She paid the security guard to get it in. She caught me.
Yup, bound. Be safe, man. A brunch house. That's the one we're going to, brunch house. All right, y'all. So it was a change of plans. Me, Doodle. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Okay, we're gonna end it there. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth though. Doodle said, okay, first and foremost, okay, after the club, again, I was born in Detroit. Like, my mom's whole side of her family is up there. So my uncle and my aunt was at the club. They just ain't come in. So like they made sure I was straight. So I left with them. Dude and them, they went and did their own thing. But what I didn't say in the video was that Duty was supposed to do content with me before, but he wanted a nap. So that's why in the video you hear me say he told me he need a nap. So he said we was gonna do content afterwards, like a little mini interview. But you know, he was turned up from the adrenaline from the club, and I ain't gonna hold you. I was tired, so I ain't work out. So he called me 6 a.m. in the morning saying, like, damn, I hate that we didn't get to do the content. Let's do breakfast, right? We're going to do breakfast. My daughter, me, you, and my daughter. 6 a.m. So he done put us in a group chat, right? So he said he set the time for 10 a.m. Now, mind you, I'm still running off an hour of sleep at this point. And I said, okay, cool. I'm like 40 minutes out from where you at, but I'll make sure I'll be there because he had an early flight. My flight was after him. Now, mind you, so I'm like, cool. So I got to get myself together. And again, I'm not from Detroit, so I got to make sure I know how to get back to where he was and everything. About 9 something, his daughter like, yo, I'm ready. And I'm like, all right, I'm almost ready. He ain't responding. So I call him. He don't answer. So I tell her to call him. He don't answer. So I'm like, how you gonna set up breakfast and you ain't even ready? You ain't even up. The nigga done went to sleep. He ain't wait. So for some reason, flights was getting delayed left and right. Cause y'all know, if y'all watch my follow me on Facebook and Instagram, y'all know I ain't get back to Charlotte until like midnight, and I was supposed to be in Charlotte since 8 o'clock. Okay, that's how. No, I didn't get back to Charlotte to 1 because my plane didn't take off from Detroit until like 11 something, right? So nevertheless, he calls and say, "Hey, my flight got delayed." Now, mind you, 10 a.m. was supposed to be the breakfast content. He calls at 2 p.m. talking about, well, my flight got delayed a little bit. We can do the content now. Already 8. And I'm like, at this point, I'm visiting family. I'm like, bro, you almost an hour away from where I'm at. Don't even worry about it right now. We're going to get up the next time. So, yeah, like, duty is very last minute. I ain't going to hold you. Very last minute, okay? Because even with going out to Cali, I didn't know he was going out to Cali until he was in Cali. Then he talking about when you come to Cali. Bro, I can't just, I got shit going on. I was like, I don't know, maybe next week or something, but I can't come right now. I got shit lined up. If you are in the Columbia area of South Carolina or surrounding areas, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me tomorrow night At 11:40, Betty P. Franklin will be in the building. Catamount with the K. A lot of other artists will be in the building. And then Sunday, y'all know I love Big Boogie, okay? Big Boogie will be at Echo in Columbia. Y'all pull up for the day party. I will be there. And YouTube. My Fredo Bang content will be dropping next week. Yes. I'm linking up with Fredo Bang for the first time in person. Y'all know, Fredo Bang was the first rapper I ever actually got in touch with, right? Back in 2023 when I was covering him for the YNW Melly case, okay? But we have never, I saw him in person, but we have never officially met in person. So I'm very excited about that. That will be dropping next week. Me and Fredo Bang links up in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm very excited about that. Yeah. So now that we got that out of the way, we about to get back into it. We're gonna get into the Trap Lil Ross video. And see exactly what we can figure out, okay? So, all right, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, share the live. We done been on live for 3 hours. I appreciate y'all that have been rocking out, because we done been over 100 for a minute. So at least 100 of y'all to been here for a minute. So I appreciate y'all. We at 150. I need y'all to share the live, run up the comments again. Y'all know the big dogs about to go live, and they can hold about 10,000 or whatever on their channel. They gonna get paid. I ain't gonna get paid like that. You know why? Because I ain't got 10,000. But if we keep the comments going, I'll definitely give me some coins, okay? But anyway, shout out Trap Lil Ross. It says, Jam breaks down exactly how OTF caught Quando Rondo lacking. And that's what we're about to watch.
To the public, OTF eventually stood for Only the Family. In the streets, these letters originally meant Only Trey Folks. This is a reference to a historic Chicago gang that's part of the Folk Nation, specifically the Black Disciples, with the word Trey representing the number 3, something manifested in a 3-finger hand sign synonymous with the Black Disciples. So to understand how Durk's OTF crew, or Only Trey Folks, started as a genuine set of the Black Disciples, we have to trace the gang back to its early beginnings in South Chicago at the Randolph Towers, the Black Disciples stronghold at 6217 South Calumet Avenue, a building known in the community as the Castle. Across the street from it lay Parkway Gardens, which would later become known worldwide as O-Block. But back inside Calumet, the Black Disciples built one of the biggest drug operations in their history, with reports claiming that the crack and heroin trade...
Okay, y'all know, those who done been over, we done tried to do Trap Lil Ross video. He be so heavy in the game breakdowns, but I mean, at this point, we done listen to Jam do it in the transcript, so we gonna ride out. Y'all know I can't stand listening to game breakdown. It be like making me go like that, but we gonna listen.
Was bringing in $45,000 to $300,000 a day there. At that time, this building was protected by armed searchers at the doors and snipers even stationed on the roof with rifles and night vision goggles, with the profits of this operation being laundered into apartment buildings, an Atlanta nightclub, and a rap label known as MOB. After an undercover officer was caught during a search, exposed by his bulletproof vest, they would shoot him in the back while he tried to run away. And from that point on, the Castle became known across Chicago as one of the most dangerous places for the police. At one point, the Black Disciples even hijacked a Christian radio frequency, turning what drivers expected to be religious programming into profanity-laced gangster rap. But behind the music, they also used it to warn the tower about police and ops coming to the area. By the mid-2000s, federal law enforcement indicted more than 46 leaders, including Marvel the Magnificent Thompson, also connected with Varney and Varma Voka, a pair of infamous Black Disciple twins known as the Bentley Twins, a nickname they got due to their love of Bentley cars. Years later, that family history became directly tied to OTF. But back then, after the raid, city officials would end up tearing the building down, which scattered families, Black Disciple members, and future rap figures all across the south side of Chicago.
2005, I believe it was 2004, when the feds came and grabbed my dad. So, man, they took like 45 of the guys. So it was all our daddies, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Me, Reese, Verney, J-Rock, like it was a handful of us, but it was basically all our daddies that was from the Calumet building.
Later on, O-Block's Big Mike would break down the history, saying that this demolition of the castle pushed Black Disciples into the neighborhoods of their biggest ops, the Gangster Disciples, where some of those BDs and GDs would switch sides, quickly making old friends into enemies.
When that Calumet building got tore down, went from the Calumet building to Everhart. and we stayed in Parkway. And when they went towards Eberhard, they started with the gangsters. And when they started with the gangsters, that created a problem. And we was in school beefing at Dulles. People started getting their whooped. You up here getting embarrassed in school, I'm gonna bring a gun up to this next time. You know what I'm saying?
Among those people tied to that history were Chief Wook and OTF Lil Varney, two young brothers hailing from the Calumet building, whose father was Big Varney, one of the Bentley twins that was running the drug operation in the castle. So that lineage gave them credibility when Chief Wook begun pushing the Only Trey Folks, or OTF, as a new alliance of black disciples for those members who had been displaced by the destruction of the Calumet building. Years later, as Lil Durk's music career took off globally, rather than a gang, OTF would become a label, and rather than Only Trey Folks, it would be known as Only the Family in an effort to create a cleaner, more corporate-friendly brand now that they were breaking into the industry. Meanwhile, Chief Keef and THF Brabra...
Hold on. So I got a question for y'all, right? I just got a question. So if what Trap Lil Ross is saying is true about OTL originally being Only Trey Folks, right? And then OTL, Only the Family is the music part. So why is that being connected as one? For example, right? If we think about Yo Gotti, right? If we think about cocaine music, right? Was the drug ring part of it, right? But they made it a label. And then now they're called something else. But they started it as that. So if OTL was never Only Trey Folks, the music label, right? It started as Only the Family, the music label. Why is it being connected like that? And that's a real question I'm asking. Why is that being connected? If it never, because to me, to connect it to the street part, it would have meant the music label itself would have been called Only Trey Folks. But the fact that the music label started off as Only the Family, why is it being connected to the gang aspect? That's my question for y'all. Because I really want to know. Because for me, I don't see why it's being linked together like that.
Were two young street kids who moved into the Parkway Gardens, aka O Block, while Lil Reese, whose father Big Reese was also arrested, relocated to an area called Lamron. Likewise, the destruction of these towers displacing people also dictated where OTF's future ops would be living.
But you knew J-Man from the Calumet buildings?
Yeah, I grew up with that. He used to slap him around. I grew up with him. Like, his daddy know my daddy type. His daddy used to be with my daddy. My daddy used to beat his daddy up type.
For example, FYB J-Main, his father was locked up during the crackdown too, and after leaving Calumet, J-Main and his family would set roots around an area known as Jaro City in Tukaville on 63rd, where he would build a close relationship with FBG Duck.
So you grew up in the Calumet buildings?
Hell yeah, I grew up in the Calumet buildings. A lot of y'all probably know from the Calumet building on Fulham Grade. Like, that's how much, like, damn, folk, you grew up in the Calumet building? Ain't Lil Reese from over there?
Yeah.
How the f you so cool with Duck?
Over the years, J-Main has said in multiple interviews that he and Lil Reese are cousins.
We learned that Lil Reese might be his cousin.
What the f you mean, might be? Bro, when people say Lil Reese not my cousin, bro, I get offended, bro.
Why would he want to claim Lil Reese?
Why would I want to claim Lil Reese, bro? Let's start there. Why would I want to claim him, bro?
In response, Lil Reese denied the claim.
Me did.
I had an interview with FYB J-Man. That's your cousin?
No, that
okay. He said the dude here different, folks and things.
Only for J-Main to propose a DNA test.
On video box deal, boy. Since you want to talk about we not cousins, bro, I need a DNA test then. Prove it then, bro.
I ain't gonna lie. J-Main be trolling so much. Like, I don't know why anybody really thought it was cousin. I never thought it was cousin. I really just thought that was part of his troll. But hell, they might be cousins, but I ain't never took it serious.
Because we not cousins, bro. Why? Because I'm from 63rd, bro? Because I'm from 63rd, now you don't want to be my cousin, bro. You letting the streets get too much to your head, Lil Reese, bro.
Around the same period, legendary op of Lil Durk's, an arguable gang serial killer 051 Melly, would relocate with his family from the buildings around 49th and Calumet to an area tied to OTF's allies 600. But Melly would grow close with kids from the opposite side of Washington Park, eventually helping form the rival gang set 051 Young Money. But by the time drill music exploded through Chicago and all over America, the demolition of the Calumet buildings had essentially completely redrawn the Chicago gang maps and pressing the start button on an unstoppable wave of violence. And that history didn't just shape OTF's name, it would also end up shaping the lives of the people that were closest to Lil Durk as his label and gang grew. In August 2020, 2022, we got to talking about the period before the murder, and this is where things got absolutely insane. So the prosecutor said, how did you get involved with the murder? They said, Booney Mo, but really he said, Booney and them called me. He said, Nem is Chicago slang for Nem. He said, I was dropping my son off to soccer practice. I got the call from Booney Mo, and that same day I flew to San Diego. Booney said that he couldn't go on a hit himself because of his parole officer. He said when he spoke to Booney Mo on the phone about suddenly having to get on this trip, he could hear Durk's voice, but it wasn't a three-way call. He had Durk's voice on a separate phone. He said, Booney said, Blood, you there on the other line? Basically confirming that Durk was on this three-way call. He said that everybody had multiple phones in the crew, Durk, Booney, everyone. Booney basically said that Threat Nem weren't answering the calls, so they reached out to Jam to see if they could get DD on the phone. That's Threat Nem. And it sounds like not everyone was always picking up the phone immediately. But he said that they didn't give him any info about the trip. Jam said, I could tell something was going on because it was all rushed. And Jam wanted to know what was going on, so he called Lil Durk twice. But Durk didn't answer, and Booney called Jam back, and he said, yo, Durk doesn't want no one calling his phone who's coming to L.A. He doesn't want no contact with anyone that's going to L.A. Now, that's fucking dumb, right? Because it's like he's already tried to call you twice. But anyway, it don't really matter. But like, Durk must have thought he was some master.
Well, I will say this. It didn't make sense for Booney Mo to call him either. It should have just went, especially, I don't know, they ain't really put the time frame of how long it took to call, but why would you have called? Like, it's supposed to have been no contact with nobody that can even reach Durk. Like, it wasn't enough levels. Like, it wasn't enough barriers between everybody. Like, yeah, I get the fact that everybody is like, oh, Durk wasn't contacted directly, but your right-hand person was directly. Like, nobody that was around Durk, right? If we going off of these allegations, nobody that was around Durk should have been contacted by nobody in Cali. Nobody that was around Durk should have been in Cali with the killers. That's why I don't understand. Didi should not have been in Cali with the shooters. Vonnie should not have been in Cali with the shooters. Like, the fact that they was 2 cars deep, and according to Jam, Didi and Vonnie was in a car together, and then all the shooters was in a car. Why are y'all there? Like, that don't make sense. So, yes, we found out by reading the transcripts that OTF Jam is the one that brought the heat on the case. OTF Jam got picked up for the gun charge in 2023. Didn't want to take the time for the gun charge, so he said, hey, I'm going to tell y'all about some murders. And he proceeds to tell about Lil Pop, Lil D, and whoever else. That's all we know as far as what we have listened to on the transcript. If I forgot any actual name murders, y'all let me know in the comments. But, so you did all that. For what? That just goes to show too many people close by. Because now you bring up, what is this right here? So you bring up all these murders, right? You bring up all these people. You bring up your connection to Booney Mo. I know if I was the damn law enforcement, Booney Mo, OCL, light bulb gonna go out, Lil Durk. Oh yeah, that's how I look at it.
Mind criminal, but like he really wasn't that smart. So after that, Booney said call Jason to book the flights. Jam called Didi. They called Didi. Boogie, his cousin Chris, who agreed to come, and then he said he'd lost his ID. That was William Malcolm. I'm not gonna lie, he was lucky that he didn't get on that flight. Oh my god, it's been a long day. Anyway, basically,
hey, I gotta say this because I said it to Seti. Shout out to Trap Lord Ross, because I ain't gonna lie. To be in a court, being in court hearings is so draining. I ain't gonna hold you. Taking notes, listening, then dropping your content throughout, then coming to do full breakdowns like this. Hey, shout out to them. I'll take the yarns because I know they're tired. Shout out to Mel too. I said that about her the other day. Shout out to those content creators that's actually there day in, day out, dropping the content throughout and coming to drop stuff like this. Because I be tired trying to clip this and react to their stuff, and I'm not even out there. So I definitely respect it for sure.
Boogie, aka Boogie and Aza Houston, Boogie, Aza Houston, all right, aka Boogie. They basically said that Jam said he was his rappy. That's like his homie that he's with all the time. So Jam sent all of the flight info over to Jason, and we did see those previously. We're seeing flights day in, day out, flights. The prosecution showed the messages of Jam sending the names to Jason, even IDs in some instances. And they basically said, apparently Jam was told, Blood don't want you to fly to LA. Jam got word that Dee Dee was coming, and they all went to the airport and got on the flight. Jam confirmed after being shown the picture of him at San Diego airport. He said, that's me and that's me and Boogie pulling up. I'm not sure what the time was. And obviously Dee Dee was on the same flight, but he didn't come out at the same time of the airport. And then there was a picture of Jam getting in a black truck at San Diego airport. Jam said something funny. He said, we didn't take no orders from Vonnie. He's a nobody, all right? He just gives us stuff. He don't tell us what to do. And then basically what it sounds like is that Boogie...
Ooh, no. So I guess that's going to be something that may stick out to the jury. Because at the end of the day, if Jam say, nah, he just the person that do, like, he the do boy. He go get us what we need, whatever. He ain't got no ranking. I don't know. That might be hard to, you know. What's up, Rocco? Rocco said, I think I understand your question. CMG knew when to get low, but YSL is a better example. YSL knew they were hot and kept the bullshit going. And once the police see the connection, they investigate. But see, YSL is different, right? Well, it might be a better example, right? Well, yeah, it might be. Because YSL was originally a gang, right? And then they took the same YSL name and made it a music label. So I can understand why when it comes to criminal cases, they connect the two. So my question as far as OTF, if OTF, the street gang, was only Trey family, and OTF, the music label, is only the family, and it's always been that, why are they being connected? You get what I'm saying? Because according to, again, if we're going off of what Trap Lil Ross said, the starters of only Trey family and the starters of only the family are not the same people. So, you know, with YSL, regardless, I know it was a debate who actually started YSL, but Young Slime Life, and that's what Young Slime Life, it was the equivalent when it was a street gang to when it was a music label, you know, according to the YSL Rico, you know.
And Jam, they left San Diego airport and went to a local Hooters, and that's when they spoke to Doody Low. And it was basically confirmed at this point that Doody Low was co-conspirator 4. He was the one that gave the location to Quando Rondo. Some people are putting it out there that it was Booney Mo. That's not what I heard in the courtroom, but hey, who knows? I could be getting screamed at by Durk's team tomorrow about that, but I'm just going.
I'm gonna have to go and say this. Traveler Ross ain't wrong on this, okay? It was outlined that Doody Low is co-conspirator 4. So he, shouldn't have messed with him on that one.
Going by my notes and what they said. Basically, apparently Doody Low, and it's crazy that his last name is Low. It's not his real last name, but Low. Bro, he the one giving the low, allegedly. He apparently let Jam and them know that somebody at a weed dispensary that Quando was going to buy some weed from had basically told them, and the plan was to catch Quando and kill him and use this kind of weed purchase thing as a way of kind of, getting the drop on him. They said previously they'd got some information about where Quando was from, but it was unsuccessful. They weren't basically able to kill him like they had hoped to. Now, this was where the testimony got insane. And shout out to Doody Low. I've got no problems with Doody Low. Jam doing a lot of telling on Doody Low. That's all I know. Okay. Basically, Doody Low got on FaceTime with Jam and Boogie while they were in Hooters. They said they FaceTimed Jam and Aza, and basically they said Doody knows where Quando is going to be while he's staying in LA, knows his flight info. Doody was in tune with the dude that was supposed to sell Quando weed, and somebody gave the location to Doody where Quando was staying. Jam said, it's not something I wanted to do, but I thought, damn, I'm here now. It's basically been dropped on him that he's got to do this murder in California. He said, I can't get away, so I just went along with the plan. He said, where I'm from, you don't stop nobody killing somebody. That's what gets you killed. He said, they will get mad and think you're the police. He explained that he didn't consider the Quando situation his beef. He said it was some rap stuff that had something to do with NBA Youngboy. He said, I'm used to Chicago beef. All of that had nothing to do with me. He said he wasn't comfortable doing a hit in LA because he's not from there. He said, if it went wrong, I got in a high-speed chase, I got hurt, I wouldn't know where to go. He said, I've been in high-speed chases in Chicago and I know the way. It helps. He explained, look, King Von got into it with NBA Youngboy. It didn't even have nothing to do with Von. Von was just riding for his homie and basically, took off on Quando and just created all this situation. It was none of their business. And he said, I didn't feel like I should have slid for Von. Von wasn't even from my block. He wasn't my homie. We didn't kick it. I didn't love him. But he said, but me and Boogie basically, once Duty Low told us we were here to kill Quando, he said, we just looked at each other and said, after Duty told them that they were in California to kill Quando. So basically, Boogie would then be joined by Didi, Flocker, aka Jones, and the CVL shorty, which obviously David Lindsay, who's in the courtroom, but Jam kept saying, I only know him as just a CVL shorty. And they showed the picture of Flocker. He explained that he met him in juvie. They used to fight together. He said, we used to beat people's ass together. He kind of laughed when he said that. And he said, oh, I'm sorry. I said to the judge, I'm sorry. He said, when I came back from prison, I used to see Flocker on Didi's block. We never really texted much or called before the shooting, but he was aware who he was. He said he had no idea who Lindsay was or the CVL shorty. He said he got out of prison and hung out with OTF. I never really saw them. He said Flocker knew Didi, but I didn't really know what he had going on. And he said they got a Sprinter bus for us from San Diego. Jam, Boogie, Didi, Flocker, and the CVL shorty, Lindsay. They all got in there, and they said they might have gone from Hooters.
Hold on, I ain't gonna lie. Sprinter buses and stuff for a hit is crazy. I feel like they was moving loud, but now knowing that the police still ain't had no connection to nothing, even though it was moving loud like that, hell, jam their ass up is crazy for a gun charge. But I mean, he hadn't did what 10 years. He went in when he was 18 or whatever. He probably like, man, I don't want to go back. But you about to go back way longer than you would have just for a gun charge.
To the airport. He was sort of a little bit misremembering, but he was basically saying, I think we went back from Hooters to the airport and then got in the Sprinter with everybody else who landed on the later flight. And then they all got in a Sprinter van and then went from San Diego to LA. He explained that the Sprinter had kind of a partition, so you couldn't really talk to the driver. It wasn't that kind of situation. And basically, in addition to all that, he basically was shown a picture and he said, I'm not sure if that's the exact van, but it looks similar. And so basically he said that Didi was on his phone in the Sprinter and he turned the camera to Flocker and the CVL shorty Lindsay and basically said, hey, I got the Navy SEALs here. He either said, here go the Navy SEALs, or you see the Navy SEALs. He kind of wasn't sure which one he said.
Why? I don't get that part either, right? I ain't gonna lie. If I was the one sending out whatever, I don't care who you get. Don't show me nobody. Just get it done. Like, why is all the showing who is who? That's gonna be the issue, because now you got Jam on the stand saying, oh, that was supposed to be Durk on the call. It's just, again, that just was unneeded in the situation. It's a reason why you got middle people. The middleman is supposed to keep you out the mix. So why the hell is you getting FaceTime calls? That's how I look at it. If the allegations are true, you know?
And on the other end of that FaceTime was allegedly Lil Durk, right? He said that he heard Durk's voice, right? And he said that Navy SEALs are hitters. They're military. They're people who go on missions and kill people, right? That's what Navy SEALs meant in that context. And he said, I saw Durk. He said that Durk was basically put face to face with Jam on the FaceTime. And apparently Durk said to Jam, hey, go crazy. And then Jam slammed the rakes, did the GDK hand sign, and basically asked where Durk was. He said, Durk said he was at the studio. And he said, I knew that he was at the studio because I've been to that studio before. And then Durk and Didi continued talking on FaceTime. Now, after that, the Sprinter stopped. Apparently they were up a mountain super high up and they could kind of see the lights off in the distance above LA. And all the members got off. They stretched out. Somebody tried to take a picture, but it was too dark. Jam tried to take a video, but it was too dark. And you're thinking, bro, you guys are really trying to take videos on your Sprinter break. That's insane. So from there, they went to Target or Walmart. He wasn't sure which one, but like a large supermarket. And they basically stopped there to buy hoodies and gloves. They basically were trying to disguise themselves. And like nobody had brought hoodies and gloves with them, so they had to stop and buy them. So they got back on the Sprinter bus and eventually got to LA. Now they pulled up like a car lot that was apparently off a busy street. And then Vonnie got on the party bus, right? The Hitman bus, the Sprinter. He said, what's up? And then he stepped off to talk to Didi. And then he came back and apparently Vonnie said, I got some bad news.
Hold on. I'm going to have to I got to refresh my memory on that. Wasn't YSL Young Slime Life in the beginning, though? The music label? Or was it always Young Stoner Life? Because if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Young Slime Life from the start when it first started? Or no? I know I might be confusing y'all because we talking about YSL. It was an earlier comment I made.
I only got 3 guns. All right. And I don't want to get anything wrong here. So look, I'm just going to tell you what I wrote in my notes. If it was slightly off, I apologize, but I'm thinking it's close enough. He basically said that this was the first time that he had seen Vonnie in this trip, and everyone said, "What's up?" Jam shook Vonnie's hand. And then Vonnie came back with DD. He said the bad news, only got 3 guns. And then Jam says he remembers he gave out some guns, right? He had 2 Glocks with extendos, and he said that they were hanging out one of their pockets of their hoodie. He couldn't remember who. They had extended clips. He said he gave a Glock to David Lindsay, and Flocker, Asa, got given... is that right? Hang on a sec. My bad. Flocker being Keith Jones. They basically gave another Glock to Flocker. That was the Glock with the switch on it. And then Didi was holding a Beretta in his hand. And apparently he said, "I'm rusty. It's been a while," and then handed the Beretta to Jam. So it was basically these guns being handed out determined who was a shooter from that moment on. And it was never questioned. Jam made it clear that a switch is what makes a Glock fully automatic. They're saying that Flocker, aka Keith Jones, had the switch. Yeah, Flocker was the one with the switch. That was confirmed. And then they basically said someone was delivering a 4-door car. It was white with tinted windows. This was the slider for the murder, the Infinity. And he said that the person that dropped it off, he didn't know who they were, but they wiped off the door handle with their sleeve, got paid, and then left. Jam, Flocker, Boogie, and the CVL Shorty basically all got into their cars, got into that Infinity, and then Vonnie and Didi got in the BMW, and everybody left. And where did they go? Did they go to their own hotel? No, they didn't. Allegedly, they went to the hotel that they knew Quando was staying in. They immediately went to Quando's hotel, and they basically saying that the shooters in the Infinity followed Vonnie in the BMW to a side block. Jam said he got out the car with Flocker and Didi to basically look around the hotel, see the ins and outs. They parked kind of away from it. He couldn't say exactly where. But then he said they swapped over. Jam then got in the car with Didi and Vonnie in the BMW, and the rest of them got in the Infinity. And they basically were scoping the scene out. So during this time, allegedly, according to Jam, Doody Low called them on FaceTime and basically says that the weed guy has Quando's location and has texted Quando saying that he's close, and he's told Quando...
Hold on. So I can't, because I don't want to keep talking about YSL and get people confused. Regardless if they was a small fraction of a larger game, the point I was making was, right, because at the beginning, for those who just tuning in, at the beginning of this video, Trap Lord Ross broke down the gang foundation and said basically that gang, OTF, which stood for Only Trey Family, transitioned into, once Durk start getting popping, into Only the Family, the music label. And I said, why tie them together when they're not the same thing? Like, well, I use CMG, for example, but, you know, you brought up YSL. YSL was YSL Young, Slime Life, the Street Gang. And then when they started the music group, they was Young Slime Life, the music group. And then later on, turned into Young Stoner Life. Now, so that's a different situation because you basically taking the gang and making it a record label. Not having members of a gang create a totally separate record label with a different name. You know what I'm saying? So it would have been like, again, if OTL stood for Only Trey Family, you know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Then that would be different. I'm not an internet troll, so I'm welcome to be wrong. Oh, even if you was a troll, like I asked the question. I want to know, like, my point is conversation. I want y'all to comment. So that's why I asked the question, like, why tie a gang and a music label together when they're not even the same name? You know what I'm saying? They may have some of the same participants, but they're not the same name. Just like if Mickey Truth was the gang and then I start doing Mickey Truth, the podcast, that's the way to tie it together because it's the same thing. But if I do Mickey Truth was the gang and then Mickey Taylor is the podcast, that's 2 different entities. That's not the same thing to, like, you get what I'm saying? That was my whole point of asking that. But all right, but we got that clear. We're going to get back to it.
Rondo, he's like only a few minutes away. And Duty basically, allegedly, the quote was, Duty said, I talked to the weed guy who's got Quando's low. He told me to tell Quando he's almost there to deliver. Jam basically said this was all a trick to get Quando downstairs. Duty said that the dude wasn't really coming with any weed. It was a trick. And that's where we're going to get them, where we're going to kill them. That was crazy. I'm not going to lie. That was crazy. So they got up the video outside the hotel and they showed the cars. They got Jam to identify the slider, the BMW, both parked outside. He said, I remember this because we were on opposite sides of the street. I remember it well. I was in the BMW with Didi and Cuz. And then basically Jam went on to say that we sat for a minute looking through glass. We were kind of looking through to the lobby. Then we went back to a side block. We were going to tell the other car to basically pull up and get busy when Quando came out. They knew that Quando was wearing a camo shiesty mask. Somebody had a camo Bape hoodie on. They said Quando looked like he was smoking a cigarette outside, and at one point they saw the light bounce off his diamond grill. And he basically said they were about to slide and kill Quando Rondo at the hotel, but then cops were riding past. He said damn near every minute a police car drove past. LAPD was everywhere. He said they decided it was too hot to do the murder at that point. All right. And he basically said Quando was wearing a poo shiesty ski mask. Right. He explained what that was. Brian Steele objected to loads of stuff along the way, and the judge just kept on overruling.
I ain't gonna hold you. Like Quando, like it's a messed up situation, but hearing that you was just out there smoking a cigarette and they was about to do something to you allegedly, and that didn't happen, and even though you lost somebody, but you're still here, you got to take that as you was supposed to be here and use that for real. But as hearing, listening to that is crazy. He's just standing out there smoking a cigarette the whole time. You got somebody that's pointing a gun at a window at you saying they can take you out right there is wild.
Bro, let him talk. So apparently Didi was in the back and he took the Beretta from Jam, and apparently he wound down the window, held the gun up, pointed it right at Quando, and he said, I could get him right now. It would be easy. That was crazy, but you didn't do it. All right. So that is just insane. That was like a movie. These guys are thinking this is a real life movie. So after that, they called off that hit. They said that the police were making it too hot and risky. Jam explained that hot is, when the police are onto an area, they said a person can be hot, a block can be hot, a situation can be hot. The situation was hot. They went back to the hotel. Both of the cars went together. And they were outside Quando's hotel. They'd been communicating on their phones. Sounded like there was FaceTime, but he said he didn't know that the two cars might have been communicating on regular calls, possibly FaceTime. And they said that Vonnie was taking them to the hotel. It was the same hotel that everybody that goes to Disneyland stays at. After that, Vonnie did all of the checking in when they got to that hotel. Jam told Vonnie that he needed some weed, and Vonnie left to get some, and he came back with it. They were staying in a first level room that had a sliding door that went straight out to the parking lot. So Jam basically went out and smoked a little something with Flocker. He talked on the phone, then he went to sleep, and they planned on catching Quando the next day. So we went away, all right? We came back after a little break, and that was kind of the end of the testimony for the day. But what was interesting is that final part. Durk's lawyers made a motion for a mistrial. The judge was like, that Tory Lane's comment isn't enough for a mistrial. We're striking it from the record. But like, he basically gave a bunch of points as to why that was not sufficient for a mistrial. And we know that Brian Steele loves to ask for a mistrial. He did that a lot in the Young Thug trial. And then Didi's lawyer basically said an absolute load of nonsense.
I would say it's not that he likes to ask. I mean, that's his job. Like at the end of the day, if something happened that can go ahead and end it all, then yeah, mistrial. Because guess what? All those can help on appeal if this doesn't go the way that they see fit, and then Durk do get convicted or something like that. So yeah, he got to ask for him for sure.
He said this is death by 1,000 cuts. At a certain point, it becomes too much. Yeah, no shit. The evidence is overwhelming. He said we didn't have there were certain bits of evidence that we didn't have, exhibits that we didn't have. He basically was saying that they never said that they would show the Didi Murder Man video in front of the witness. And this guy, oh my God, Didi's lawyer, I'm sorry, but he's just talking a lot of nonsense at certain points. Sometimes he does it really good, and then other times it's like, bro, you're slipping. He said, Didi wasn't referring to himself as a murder man. He was referring to another guy that was there called Murder Man. He said, I request a mistrial. The judge flat out denied straight away. And the prosecution clapped back. They said, they didn't say bro. The prosecution responded. They said, he is lying. That's not what he said. The comment under the video said Murder Man. And then Vonnie said,
hold on, pause. The fact that lawyer said it was somebody else he was referring to as Money Man, is that somebody else on the case or what? Because like, what is that to say?
oh, they saying I'm a murder man for sure that. They're saying we didn't give a transcript because there was a lot of slang and things. We didn't want to try and tilt things. We just wanted to let the jury make their mind up of what they heard. And the judge said, look, I accept what the government says. We're not having this nonsense, right? And I was thinking, bro, we all heard Didi plain as day say that, yeah, they say I'm a murder man. Yeah, true that. The idea that it's like, oh, they were talking about someone else that was a murder man. No, absolute cap. All right. Absolute cap. So it sounded like there were actually going to be some conversations that would be going on behind the scenes related to co-conspirator 6, who I believe was THF Bezu. And I think it sounds like they're worried about Jam or other witnesses telling the court things that Bezu said because Bezu is no longer alive. Also, at the end, I would say that Durk kind of put on, once sort of everything was wrapped up, Durk put on a big fake smile like he's done a few times, but Brian still looked pissed. He looked livid. He looked really angry.
Hold on, I gotta listen. I heard Zoo's name, but I missed it. He said it so fast. Let me go back just a little bit to hear that again.
In a lot of nonsense at certain points. Sometimes he does it really good, and then other times it's like, bro, you're slipping. He said, oh, Didi wasn't referring to himself as a murder man. He was referring to another guy that was there called Murder Man. He said, I request a mistrial. The judge flat out denied straight away. And the prosecution clapped back. They said, they didn't say bro. The prosecution responded. They said, he is lying. That's not what he said. The comment under the video said, Murder Man. And then Vonnie said, oh, they saying I'm a murder man for sure that. They're saying we didn't give a transcript because there was a lot of slang and things. We didn't want to try and tilt things. We just wanted to let the jury make their mind up of what they heard. And the judge said, look, I accept what the government says. We're not having this nonsense, right? And I was thinking, bro, we all heard Didi plain as day say that, yeah, they say I'm a murder man. Yeah, true that. The idea that it's like, oh, they were talking about someone else that was a murder man. No, absolute cap. All right. Absolute cap. So it sounded like there were actually going to be some conversations that would be going on behind the scenes related to co-conspirator 6, who I believe was THF Bezu. And I think it sounds like they're worried about Jam or other witnesses telling the court things that Bezu said because Bezu is no longer alive. Also, at the end, I would say that Durk kind of put on, once sort of everything was wrapped up, Durk put on a big fake smile like he's done a few times, but Brian still looked pissed. He looked livid. He looked really angry. So look, no disrespect. I do think that they had a bad day in court. Jam's testimony was overwhelming. We haven't even got to the full breakdown of exactly how the murder went down. I'm sure that's going to come tomorrow. But let's see how Brian Steele plays Jam. When Brian Steele gets to cross-examine Jam, is he going to go out like YSL Woody? Or is he going to go out like Sammy the Bull? We don't know. But I think if anybody's going to do a good job of that, it's Brian Steele. He did do very good cross-examination earlier in the day. I just haven't got time to talk about it right now, to be honest. I really want to just go to bed. And I don't think you guys are even that interested in it, perhaps. I don't know. But anyway, I will let you guys know when I hear more. That was all of Jam's testimony, all of my notes on it. If I got anything wrong, I apologize. I am only human. People are acting like I'm this superhuman.
Okay. I think we watched that yesterday. Okay. All right. So, I know, and I think it's gonna be more when Vonnie get on the stand as far as when it comes to Zoo, because from my understanding, Vonnie was the one providing details about whatever Zoo connection and everything was. So that's gonna be interesting. Let's see where we going now. Let's see where we going. Mel must be too tired. Mel like, man, I ain't doing no updates. Let me see. Do Sadie got a actual update video? Okay, what we're gonna do? We're gonna get into Sadie. All right, we're gonna get into Sadie's recap video, and then by then, hold on, let me check Twitter real quick if they don't start dropping stuff yet. Oh, my stomach is growling. All right. It's a few people, y'all, that I have to review first to see if they're posting it. Yeah, I'm so hungry. I already see. Let me check City page. Well, let me do Trap Lil Ross first. Okay, Trap Lil Ross haven't posted nothing on Twitter. All right, it's only one update so far on Twitter as far as Black Sheer Flick. And they said Brian still revealed in court today that Casey Hester jail girl Ashley Jones and Kevon Grant girl were communication through text and email, eventually leading to third-party phone calls. Okay. What does that mean exactly? I have no idea. Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, he gets him out quickly too. But that's the only thing I'm seeing right now. I got one more person because I follow a lot of them. Multiple people. That's out there. So let me see. Yeah, Mel Trap. Let me see SETI. SETI ain't posted. So only Michael has posted so far. So I don't know what that means. They may not have really started because it's 12:51. 11. Well, they should have started. All right, so we'll get back into we're gonna get into the recap. So whenever they start tweeting, we'll go more into real time tweets. Just right now, they're not saying nothing yet.
Main focus dates, who said what, and all of these things. That's what I would have been thinking about as well. That's what I was thinking about on the stuff being done, essentially. So the federal lawyer says, got to the early mornings, 8/19/2020 with Flocka, Didi, Boogie, Bonnie. They get in the telly, didn't stay with him. He left. They had guns on the table. They smoked. They went to sleep. And then he basically is like, did y'all talk about spinning? He like, nah, we left early. And basically nobody else was there talking about what the hell they was going to do. So what was going on in the early morning is the federal lawyer was essentially asking about them, quote unquote, planning the hit. You know what I'm saying? And none of that actually happened. So he says, y'all talk about leaving. And he like, nah, I don't recall. So he say, why leave so early? He was like, we just wanted to catch Quando Rondo because they had their eyes on Quando Rondo previously. They just didn't do it because it was too many people there. And on top of that, it's like they thought about doing it. The police start running back and forth, and they're like, hell nah, 3 paddy wagons passing you by, bruh. Nah, don't do that. So he say Vonnie showed up. I went in the slider with Flocka, Boogie, and Cuz. And then they start showing early telephone footage. They got Vonnie at the telly. And what had happened between that time is he say, we went to wait to get to him. So Jam was in the car with the gun and all this stuff. He was in the BMW ready to just hop out and basically start busting. But once again, it was too many people. And he said it was too many random people to
OTF stands for only trade folk, and 300 is a reference to Spartan that never back down. Durk was from Lamron, so named his record OTF only the time to shout out his label and his gang ties. Well, I guess when you put it that way, I guess I don't see the connection even with that, because how you get only trade family and 300 will equal only the family to shout out the gang ties. Now, could it have been an inspiration for sure? But I just don't, again, You know, I just don't see that being flat out a gang time. But that's just me. Obviously, the feds do, because that's what they're trying to do. But not even that, because remember they said the Banks family gang or whatever they called it, they can't even tie OTF as a gang. But I was just wondering, like, why was that the foundation for it, though? Let me find. I don't think because we basically just heard Seti read the transcripts, and he basically reading the transcripts again. So hold on. Let's watch this one. Hold on. We're gonna watch the Duty Low Trap Low Ross video that he put out yesterday. I think that would be a better one. Y'all agree? Cause I ain't gonna lie, I felt like we was reading the transcripts again, and I do not want to read them, like go through that again. And I am starving. We might be taking a road trip to get some food, because I'm a little hungry. So y'all want to continue watching Seti, or y'all want to watch the Trap Low Ross Duty Low video? Which one y'all want to do? It's 200 of y'all in here. Y'all make sure y'all share the live. We've been at this thing for almost 4 hours. Oh, I see the night shift people starting to come in a little early, but I'm gonna have my content out the way, okay? But y'all let me know what y'all want to do. Going once, going twice. We just gonna go with this one. We just gonna go back to. We just gonna do this one. And then hopefully the tweets will start coming in so we can start talking about it in real time.
Now, at first, Duty Low wasn't originally from Lamron, O-Block, or 600. Instead, he came from an area called Kankakee, Illinois, but through Chief Wook's network, he eventually became tied into the family structure that helped make OTF a national rap label around 2013.
We got the same best friend, Chief Wook, met in 2013. Wook could come to Kankakee, and then it just happened like that. Back and forth to Chicago and Kankakee.
Online, many people believe that their connection went deeper than music, with some claiming that Duty Low might have actually been a drug plug for Lil Durk. But regardless, he grew very close to Durk, who would once joke that Duty Low only had 4 ops because Kankakee was so small.
It's 4 ops up there, man. Come on. Ain't no more. Population 300 people.
Years later, Duty appeared to reach shot caller status within OTF, allegedly ordering 600's Big 60 to beat up 051 Kiddo in county jail and later posting proof of it.
Go. You know, it's Mr. Make it happen. I'm killing anything coming to Kankakee. Stay away from us. All our house. Big OTF goes going on. Stupid.
Folks put on the medical wing. Anything come through that.
This went from getting that melly to getting that beat.
But by 2025, Durk would be jailed on federal murder for hire charges, and fans would claim that unfortunately for Duty Low, the Durk stimulus package had fully dried up. Because of that, when robbery rumors and arrests started hitting people around OTF, they felt like signs that the structure around the label had fully fallen apart. By 2025, OTF's Duty Low and OTF Boona stories had shifted into something much darker, part of a story that traced back to a 2023 comedy skit where Duty Low appeared with a man named Oscar Cruz, also known as Oz or OZ, in which he played a weed dealer that was being robbed.
235. 200 trade 5. 235. No, I know 200 no trade 5. Hello? Hey, Duty Low, he talking about 200 trade 5. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, he talking about 200 trade 5. 200 what? He ain't got no motherfucking bubble run.
When Cruz was violently killed in a church parking lot 2 years later, this harmless skit eerily mirrored real life. But before Oscar appeared in a homicide report, another violent incident in Atlanta seemed to start a chain reaction. Because in the middle of May 2025, reports began circulating that Duty Low had been robbed and shot in Atlanta. A week later, Quando Rondo's brother Wop posted Duty Low's chain with a screenshot of a message that read, Duty Low said if we can get his chain back, he got some cheese for us. Soon after this, Lil Tim, the man who shot and killed King Von in Atlanta, would react to the leg shot, fueling speculation that the incident was connected to the war between OTF and Youngboy's NBA crew, as well as Quando's crew of Rollin' 60 Crips that sometime go by Jump Out Gang or 33rd Street.
Introduce you to that life. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Now, Doody Lowe would later push back against these theories in an interview on the Danza Project, saying that Quando's people never took jewelry from him and that it was actually someone else.
The goofies that posted money, right? Right. They don't have money. They had a video of it. Am I right or wrong?
1,000,000%.
According to Doody, he received a warning text hours before the shooting and robbery.
I got a text 2 hours before, like, man, somebody's trying to. Like, something ain't right. Yeah, I'm like, and I promise you, that was weird. The whole situation was like, it was weird, bro.
In fact, in that interview, he said that he had been shooting a music video in Atlanta before going to a trap house in somebody else's hood.
Nah, I was shooting a music video around the corner. Word. And then I popped.
Hold on, Doody. Going to a trap house is crazy. Like, why was you going to a trap house? First and foremost, like, this be my thing. Like, rappers will move with security, but then go to a trap house is crazy. Once you get to the level you got to have security when you move around, why is you going to a trap house? Send your assistant or send somebody else. But look, Lamar, send somebody else to buy it. Why is you going? I wouldn't be caught in their trap, okay? And I ain't famous at all, okay? I'm not going to no trap house. I'm not about to go, like, when I go to the hood, and when I say hood, meaning like where I'm from, I'm in and out. I don't be trying to be moving around, nothing like that. Okay, other than that, I'm not, no. When I did the hood vlog the other day, that was, and I even knew I was going to the hood at first until I got there. That's my first and last hood vlog, okay? Like, I'm not trying to be in nobody's hood, not even my own, okay, let alone the trap house. But that's just how I feel, you know. Rappers be moving. Look, rappers have to move differently. Me as a blogger, me as a person, yeah, I'm not. For one, I feel like I'm too good to be in the trap house. Even if I was trying to cop something, I'm too good to be in a trap house. So I'm not even going. That's how I feel.
Up in somebody's hood.
Or and their hood just was on that.
I was in a trap house, so I was tweaking.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
When Doody apparently reached for his gun while he was there, he would be shot in the leg. And according to Doody, the shooter's gun jammed during what would have been an execution.
That said, get on the ground and lay there face down. What? No, Sirski, we gotta go. It's on. Hell no, I ain't get down.
After the first shot?
I didn't get down. Yeah. Like, you know, adrenaline be rushing and yeah. So it's like, damn, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, that's God. But before I go to sleep now, when I blink my eyes, I see the gun jam, man. I see that. Feel me?
Afterwards, Doody said people close to him believed the friend with him might have set him up, that he refused to accept that.
Like, people was trying to put in my head, like, yeah, your homie right there with you, he set you. I know he would never put me in no like that, you know what I'm saying?
But then, in a very creepy turn of events, the very same day that interview was uploaded, July 22nd, 2025, Oscar Cruz would be found dead. Now, Oscar was a 28-year-old father whose body was discovered in the parking lot of Cannon United Methodist Church in the suburbs of Atlanta.
New details now about the man killed in a Snellville church parking lot. The victim has been identified as Oscar Alexis Cruz. Gwinnett County Police say someone came across the 28-year-old's body yesterday at Cannon United Methodist Church right on Webb Gin House Road. Authorities have not said if they have any suspects, but police did tell us that they believe this was an isolated incident.
According to investigators, Oscar met the suspects at a Waffle House before they took him to his Lawrenceville home around 1 a.m. Inside the house, Cruz's wife was forced out of the shower at gunpoint while the suspects bound his hands, searched the home, stole $3,000 and valuables, and allegedly told her to kiss him goodbye.
A detective said the wife of Oscar Cruz. They told her this would be the last time that she saw her husband and to kiss him goodbye. Police say Cooper and 3 suspects met Cruz at a Waffle House on July 22nd at around 1 a.m, where he got into their car. Investigators say the suspects became violent when they took Cruz to his home on Gin Blossom Circle, where the 28-year-old's wife was showering. His hands were bound with duct tape, and there was a male pointing a gun at his head. And she was made to get out of the shower and come downstairs. Authorities say 2 armed men stole $3,000 and possibly drugs from the home.
After that, they drove Cruz to Cannon United Methodist Church, where he was shot 17 times and left there. Police said that Cruz was either trying to sell drugs to the men or collect payment for drugs he had already fronted.
Oscar Cruz was going to either sell drugs to the individual or get paid back for some drugs he fronted them prior.
By September, the first suspect had been charged. 2 months later, the case grew again when OTF Boona was publicly reported as another suspect, even though he had already been behind bars since August.
New tonight, there is a second arrest in the death of a man found shot in Gwinnett County in a church parking lot there. Michael Golden, he was arrested this week and charged with malice murder in the death of Oscar Alexis Cruz.
That same month, Doody Low released the song It's Up, and one lyric stood out. On the song, Doody would rap, "Goofy had shot me in the leg, then his cousin died." To listeners, that line sounded like it might be pointing towards the same chain of events. As the news spread, people searched for a motive. One online comment claimed Oz was trying to collect money that Boona owed him for drugs, asked around for help, and through Doody Low, word eventually got back to Boona. According to that comment, Boona acted like he was going to pay Oz, met him at the Waffle House, tied his hands, took him home, robbed him, and then later killed him.
Pause. The fact that this is a comment is crazy. The fact that this is, now again, I don't know if it's true or not, but the fact that somebody wrote this in a comment is crazy. And the fact that whether this is true or not, that it's like just out, the picture is painted like that. And then y'all talking about, shoot, the feds ain't got to look hard, just look in the comments. For real.
Killed him. That same commenter claimed that despite Oz flexing 12 bags of drugs on live, OTF Boona and his three-man crew only left with a £250 worth around $1,200 and $3,000 in cash. As of June 2026, Boona is behind bars awaiting trial.
So it looks like it's official. Doody Low has been confirmed as co-conspirator number 4, and the person who confirmed it was OTF Jam himself. Now, we've been wondering who was it that gave the location of Quando Rondo in LA to the alleged hitmen, to Durk, to the team and all of that kind of stuff. Well, what is crazy is that we found out that there was apparently like a crazy conversation after basically like all the hitmen arrived in San Diego. Apparently none of them knew what was going on, but they had an inkling something crazy was going on. And I'm not going to lie, Durk really put himself in it with some of this stuff. So apparently, okay, all of the hitmen were kind of rounded up for some kind of secret mission. They didn't know what was going on. They all quickly got booked.
I ain't gonna hold you. For one, when people hit me up, I don't care who you are. If you hit me up and it's a rush, I'm not gonna go. My spider sense is gonna go off. I'm not dropping everything I'm doing just to go somewhere because you say it's something. No, you gotta give me some more detail, brother. It's not about to happen. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
These flights to San Diego, and apparently when Jam and another one of the hitters basically arrived, they went to a Hooters in San Diego. They got on a FaceTime with Doody Low, who told them that they got the location for Quando Rondo. They got the low from basically like a weed dealer that was going to go and take them some weed, and that they were basically going to trick him into coming outside to pick up weed, and they were going to kill him outside of his hotel. Well, it's confirmed that was Doody Low. Now, not only did we were hearing about Doody Low being in group chats, and I thought, oh, maybe they're going to show some series of messages with Doody Low and other stuff that he had said, but it was Jam that took the stand and said that it was Doody Low that basically told them.
Hold on. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of thinking back to what, for those who was on here earlier when we was watching SETI, I'm kind of thinking back to what SETI said. Will Bonnie be the one that the text messages are actually introduced through? I wonder.
After they'd arrived in California, that they were there on a mission to kill Quando Rondo. And Jam said something really interesting. He said, look, he felt like it was too hot to kill somebody in Los Angeles. He was thinking, there's too many police. I don't know the city. I don't know how to get away if I get in a high-speed chase, if I get hurt. I don't know where I'm going. This is a bad idea. But he said it was too late. I was already there, and I just went with it. So OTF Jam told the courtroom, he basically said, look, where I'm from, you don't stop nobody killing somebody. That's what gets you killed. They said that they'll think you're police. They'll think that they'll get mad at you if you say that you want to stop a killing happening. But he wasn't really happy about it because he said he didn't consider himself in the Quando beef. He said he wasn't that close with King Von. They spoke a couple of times. And what was crazy is Jam said that way back in the day before he knew Von, he was trying to rizz up King Von's sister. But he said he didn't feel like he should have had to be one of those people that slid for Von because that wasn't his homie. He said, look, he wasn't my man's. We didn't kick it. I didn't love him. I didn't feel like that was my mission. And he's saying they were in Hooters on FaceTime with Doody Low. And
I guess I ain't had that type of situation, so I guess it might be different. Because boy, I'm talking about these niggas left with no draws, no nothing. They just was thugging it.
Basically, Jam and Boogie looked at each other after they were told to go and kill Quando, and they basically just looked at each other and said, yeah, But what was even more crazy is obviously now we know Doody Low was co-conspirator number 4 that was given the drop. They were apparently waiting outside Quando Rondo's hotel, and Doody Low told them that basically the guy that they thought they were getting weed from was telling Quando Rondo that he was just a few minutes away from the hotel. This is going to... I might have to say this in a different video because we're running out of time. But basically, they had eyes on Quando Rondo outside the hotel. They were about to...
All right, hold on. I'm about to post something real quick. But yeah, I think we hadn't saw this in the last video. I got post. For those who wasn't here earlier, we watched Seti Nash and Lil Woody was interviewing Seti Nash. So I just was clipping that down real quick. Oh, it's hard work being a blogger and a YouTuber. That's what's been, but y'all been showing me so much love this week. Y'all brought me back to YouTube. So I'm kind of rusty. Okay. I'm kind of rusty with YouTubing and blog, but I think I've been doing good. Like I said, I've been, chopping it down in real time, still trying to be in the mix. But yeah, I think we saw this the other day. I'm about to check Twitter too. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure my real post. And then I'm about to see. Well, let me refresh my page on Twitter real quick. Oh, I am starving. Nobody is posting yet. I don't know, y'all. We might have to just, for those that don't know, I do the lives early in the day, and we kind of catch up from the day before. So my lives are like a catch up from the day before. So I'm a day behind. And I think we'll be caught up in the morning because I am going to go live in the morning to catch up on what happens today. But, yeah, and that's the reason why it works. Like, you know what I'm saying? Have you been looking at Yellow Beezy case? The case, yeah, but I don't think he on trial yet. But y'all ain't really been rocking with it like that as far as with me. Like as far as like, okay, hold on. We got some updates from Black Sheer Flick. Hold on. Let me go to, all right. Okay, we already did that one. So this is the one. So he wrote still. So who's Bonnie to you? Jam. He's just a goofy. Still, goofy means a loser. Jam. A goofy. A goof. Self-explanatory. Still, you don't respect him? Jam. I mean, he's cool. Still, you didn't love him? Jam. Love him? Nah. Laugh. So that's what we got. How long ago he posted that? 18 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. 1 minute ago. We're getting some tweets now, okay? 1 minute ago. Still, so when you say rat, I'll clean your words up for the court. You mean a corroborate. Jam, a rat is whatever you think it is. I know plenty of people who were victims who told. I know people who ain't been shot and corroborated. Still, so you're a snitch, a rat? Jam, well, I guess. Well, damn. Okay. Let me see. We got anything else? That's it. All right, that's it. So I'm trying to think because I done been on live for 4 hours, right? And they're just not coming. I ain't gonna lie, I'm hungry and I'm a little tired. We've been at this for 4 hours. This is what I'm gonna do, people, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and end my live because the tweets are coming in slow and we're basically watching stuff on replay. Like, we keep hearing it over and over. And y'all know I be getting drained. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do my recap as far as everything we went over, and I'm gonna drop it. But as far as the live, I'm gonna get off. But I will be live tomorrow. Okay. So by then, we'll have the transcripts from today. And if anything massive as far as Bonnie comes out, I'll drop a video. But I will be live tomorrow so we can catch up on today. So that means come Monday, we'll be on a fresh start. And I probably will do a later live on Monday. It's just I like to come early because I believe, and if I'm not mistaken, I think King AK-47 is live. I know AK goes live about this time, but I'm tired. I ain't gonna hold you. But let me make sure there ain't nothing else I want to talk about. Yeah. Damn. Okay, damn. How Sliding from Vine ended Lil Durk's career. It's about to premiere. I low-key want to do that. I'm so hungry though. Like my stomach is growling. I could just do it tomorrow. I'm just gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm tired and I need to go get some food. All right, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna get off because I was about to react to Trap Lord Ross's Slide for Vaughn video. Fuck it. We about to do it. I'm here. Might as well do it. I'm here. We just about to do it. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just gonna do it in real time because I'm already on live, right? Why not? So we about to watch the premiere of Trap Lil Ross House Sliding for Vine in the Lil Durk's career. Because I'm actually intrigued to see what he has to say about it. Because y'all know how I feel about it. I feel like at the end of the day, Vonnie really felt more pressure because he was there when Vaughn was, shot. He was told, like, why did you let this happen to me by Vaughn? So that's why I felt like, no. Damn. Y'all go watch. Okay, how about this? Y'all go watch this. I got to go. Y'all go watch this. Y'all go watch Trap Lord Ross's premiere of how Sliding from Vaughn ended Lil Durk's career, okay? Tomorrow, live, we will talk about it. Because I just realized I really need to get off of here. So y'all go watch this. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time. We're going to break it down. More videos to come. Subscribe to the channel. I'm out.